driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, This commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging generations and visions, strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformation. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, Participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization, each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization, each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve, where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community, where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org.
Yours is the last seat available, yes. You can go straight for it.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good, I think we are still good morning. I cannot say good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the 12th edition of Atlantic Current. It's a very heavy and voluminous book that comes in 400 pages, and to which 44 contributors put their analysis and their research. But allow me, before addressing this 12th edition, before presenting this 12th edition, to say that since we are approaching the end of 2025, I cannot help not mentioning that 2025 is a historical year for Morocco and for Moroccans. For the simple reason that on the 31st of October, the Security Council adopted a resolution. I think now all the 38 million Moroccans know even the reference 2797 of the 31st of October. And that was a resolution that for the first time said clearly and explicitly that the final resolution of this regional dispute over the Moroccan Sahara is going to be exclusively in the framework of the initiative of autonomy that Morocco presented. This is a culmination of 20 years of diplomacy by His Majesty that has patiently and with some stubbornness pushed for the recognition by many states, I think over 140 countries, and convinced the members of the Security Council that the only way to resolve this issue is through this initiative. We hope that the other party will join this effort in good faith. But let me come back to the agenda of today, and it is only a presentation of this report. This report is a continuation of the contribution of the Policy Center for the New South in enriching the ongoing debate on the wider Atlantic, on the opportunities that exist, on the challenges that we have to collectively try to tackle, and on the possibilities that this wider Atlantic can distinguish itself as a space of cooperation, as a space of inaugurating a new paradigm of partnership, not only between South-South, but also between the North and the South. We are trying to push for this idea in a world that is dominated by uncertainties, where it's rather coercion that prevails instead of consensus, where instead of a rule-based system, we have transactional ad hoc specific operations, and multilateralism is losing ground and losing relevance. To this 12th edition of Atlantic Current, 44 authors have contributed from all regions of the Atlantic. But we did not limit ourselves to the views of Atlantic nations, Atlantic researchers. We also tried to be innovative by asking a non-Atlantic researchers to share with us their look and their perception of this wider Atlantic, its possibilities and its challenges. The volume comes in 7 chapters, and it covers geopolitics, regionalization, blue economy, climate change. I mean, I think all the usual thematics that we all know. We have also some case studies that goes from Mexico to Morocco, from Ghana to Sao Tome and Principe. And from these comparisons, we try to draw some conclusions and some lessons learned. If I may identify 3 main conclusions from these 12th edition, it would be the following. First, the Atlantic is becoming a genuinely polycentric and interdependent geopolitical space that, if managed constructively, can create a more balanced Atlantic order and consequently a more balanced world order. 2, South cooperation is becoming structural, not episodic, driver of development. 3, and last, there is a common-based vision of the Atlantic as a common-based vision of the Atlantic is essential in addressing transboundary challenges and restoring trust in multilateralism. And it is exactly about this vision that I would like to ask the panelists, the different panelists to join me in 1 minute. But prior to doing that, let me express my appreciation to the team that contributed to putting together this report. And I would like to mention specifically مجد أبو الخيري، شيماء جبار، دريس العلوي البلغيتي، عدنان الحزاوي، محمد العريني، وإسماعيل الصبيحي. Without whom, honestly, we couldn't have delivered this edition in time. Now, I think that I've said enough. I think that you are eager to listen to our panelists. So I'm going to call upon them successively to join me on the podium. And Mr. Ronak Gopaldas is the first one that I expect to join me. Yes, okay. Then Mr. Gaston Ocampo. Then Miss Bamiz Olorewaju. Mr. Pedro Sebra. And finally, Mr. Nicolas Vonotas. We tried to make sure that all the regions of the Atlantic are represented. You may be tempted to criticize us by only having only one lady in this panel. I can assure you that we made, during 3 months, all the possible efforts to have exactly, to have, if not to have a perfect gender balance, at least to have a little bit more than, but we couldn't achieve that. But I promise you that we will make extra effort next time to respect the gender equality and to prevent any criticism that might come from the audience. Thank you very much. Now, instead of asking the different panelists to present their contribution, this year we decided to ask them the same question. What is their vision of the wider Atlantic in 2050? I know some people will say, well, 2050 is too far. Yes. But I think that 2030 is too close. and maybe 2063, if we adopt the African reference, it's the one that is too far. So we just decided to be in between, and 250, I think it's a reasonable deadline on which we would like to ask our respective panelists to tell us what are their own vision of this wider Atlantic that we would like to promote as a space, as a peaceful space, as a space where we can promote South-South cooperation, we can have a very smart and intelligent relations and cooperation between the North and the South. The first to dig in is Mr. Ronak Gopaldas, that I would like to hear about his vision about the wider Atlantic. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So like any good analyst, I am going to answer by saying it depends. So I think we are in a new world with new rules. To quote Antonio Gramsci, the old world is dying, the new world is struggling to be born. Now is the time for monsters. And I think we've, in the past 5 years, experienced some really profound changes in the global political economy. We've gone from peace to war, from analog to digital, from a unipolar world order to a multipolar world order, and we're struggling to make sense of this new changing world order. As the old world is dying, we're seeing the breakdown in the old order, but we're not quite sure what's emerged in the interim. So we're in this messy middle, somewhere in between, and we're trying to navigate that. And I think that's why we're feeling this anxiety and this flux in the world at the moment. So in that context, as social contracts are rewritten on an international level, on a domestic level, on a societal and an individual level, what are the key determinants that are going to shape the trajectory by 2050? And for me, I've come up with a framework called the 5 T's, which I think can help us to navigate that. So the first T is trust. Trust is in short supply. We're seeing across the world that it's basically, law of the jungle at the moment. It's driven by interests rather than values and consistency amongst different countries and rules. We're seeing a lot of resentment, which is given around the behavior around COVID, around the approach to the Russia-Ukraine war, and Ukraine and Gaza as well. The double standards that have been levied against countries in the West by countries in the global South. We're seeing the old order, which was designed at the end of World War II, being seen not to be fit for purpose anymore and not representing the realities of the modern world from a demographic and a global power perspective. And so in that context, we're seeing lots of profound changes. We're seeing, Gen Z protests. We're seeing rising coups in many countries across the continent. So trust is something in real short supply, and we're seeing that all across the world. So how do we recreate the ability to create consensus and to find common ground, I think is important. The second T, Trump. I think it's quite obvious that we are in a period of profound change. It's not the first time that this has happened in the global political economy. We had this around Bretton Woods, the Nixon shock, we had the unipolar moment, and again, this period is a period of deep and profound change. The era, I think, of American exceptionalism is over, and we are seeing that American foreign policy is being driven by interests, not values anymore. It's about realpolitik, it's about hard power, it's about maximizing America first, and it's unapologetic about that. And I think the US is transforming from the underwriter of the global order to the undertaker. Then the third T is trade. The geometry of international trade is changing quite profoundly. I think over the past few years, starting with the first Trump presidency, we started to see that trade and industrial policy became very much linked to security interests. And so what that means is that as countries try to reduce their dependence on single partners, as they try and diversify their supply chains, as they try and hedge geopolitically, that is bringing other countries into the arena. And I think this, from an African perspective, is quite important because our ports, our roads, our rails, our digital corridors become very, very important. It also aligns nicely with the vision of what the continent is trying to do with continental integration under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So, as the geometry of international trade changes and the rules of engagement trade, I think this is creating some good opportunities. Then you've got technology. The fifth industrialization is going to be digital, decarbonized, and data-driven. A lot of the minerals needed to power that are found in Africa. And I think that is creating contestation amongst global powers. Are we going to see a repeat of history with a Cold War 2.0 type scenario? We're seeing rising resource nationalism across many parts of the continent. We're seeing climate colonialism accusations being levied amongst countries in the global north. So how do we manage this technological aspect from a geopolitical perspective, from a societal perspective? Will we leapfrog or lag as the African continent? And how do we manage the economics around this, I think is another important question. And then the fifth T is talent. We are experiencing a silver tsunami in many parts of Europe and the global north. More babies were born in 2024 in Nigeria alone than the whole of Europe. So there's a big shift happening here. As the African continent, we need to create 12 million jobs a year. Otherwise, we're going to have big problems. The demographic dividend will turn into a disaster. At the same time, the politics in many parts of the global north is tilting right, but the economic realities require migration, and they require workers to prop up their tax bases, their healthcare systems, etc. So how do you square that circle? So I think, if we recap, trust, Trump, trade, talent, and tech are the 5 T's which will determine which way the world goes by 2050. From the perspective of African countries on the Atlantic, Nigeria's got a demographic advantage. Angola, from a supply chain perspective, with the Lobito corridor, comes into play. Morocco, as an industrial hub connecting Europe, Africa, and the Atlantic, has significant comparative advantages. But before kind of understanding what leverage you have, what comparative advantage you have, and how to play the game in this new world where the rules are being rewritten, you first need to understand the context and understand your comparative advantage so that you can exercise your leverage. And I think we are seeing, these big shifts from the so-called weird countries, Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, to countries in the global south. We're seeing also that as we move into a more digital and technological age, we need to bring people along in that, because that was the problem with the fourth industrial revolution. We left people behind, and we need to consider the environment as well. There are opportunities in the shifting global order. I would say from an African perspective, we need to integrate, and we need to understand our role and our leverage in shaping whatever emerges out of this changing, very dynamic context. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Mr. Gaston Acampo, please.
Thank you, Ambassador, and many thanks to the Policy Center for bringing us all together here year after year. My contribution today comes from 2 vantage points that I have the privilege of occupying. On the one hand, at IPDAO, the Institute for the Promotion of Latin America, where we bridge Latin America, Europe, and Africa, as many people in this room do. And the other one, with my experience as an Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leader program, this program that the Policy Center has been doing for a really long time, and many of us here have shared that experience. This dual lens and this trajectory is summarized in this core message that I have, right? We're talking about this report that we all wrote, the wider Atlantic, building partnerships in an area of instability, this idea of bringing people together. I think we're going to be listening to a lot of the same things over and over again in our presentations. And my core message is this idea that the Atlantic will only matter globally if it becomes strategically connected, right? Building these partnerships. And my points here are going to be focusing on 3 different aspects: connection in a digital, economical, and generational standpoint. Now, when I'm talking about this, I'm going to be bringing some specific examples, either from my professional experience or from the current things that we're seeing in the wider Atlantic. The first point is youth, right? I talked about the ADEL program, this Emerging Leaders program, and the importance of bringing youth voices into conversations. Now, we often talk about youth as a social issue, right? But youth are, in fact, a geopolitical force. Africa alone, as our friend here said, is representing an incredible amount of young people when we compare it to other regions of the world. My stats here, nearly 40% of the world's youth are in Africa. In the Atlantic Basin, we have 1.3 billion people under 35, 70% under the age of 30 are in sub-Saharan Africa. In Latin America itself, 55% of new entrepreneurs are considered young people, right? Yet this idea that we have, our governance systems still treat young people as participants in training and not as strategic actors, right? So something that I've seen through ADEL and through other youth leadership programs and platforms is that young leaders are already building companies, driving digital adoption, mobilizing climate action, and bridging the regions, right, in action. This is what we're seeing. So if we're serious about Atlantic in 2050, youth cannot remain peripheral, and youth must be embedded as co-creators of policy, and must be embedded not as people that are being trained, but are actually taking the leadership and are making things happen. My second point is technology and infrastructure. And in the chapter that I was honored to write in this report, I'm talking about our lessons learned from a project that we have at IPDEL in Sao Tome and Príncipe, a small island nation in Africa in the Atlantic that has had for the past couple of years a huge push through the World Bank and other international multilateral development banks for digitalization. So something that we have identified as infrastructure is incredibly important, and infrastructure is something that is being pushed for and is being worked upon in Sao Tome and Príncipe as it is happening all over the world. But infrastructure alone is not enough. Something that we recognize in Sao Tome and Príncipe, where there's around $20 million being spent in this digitalization project, $10 million out of that amount of money is being spent in an underwater sea cable uniting Sao Tome with Príncipe. Now, we're spending $10 million in that. We're not even talking about the maintenance of this and what happens if this breaks, which will break in the future. But then we recognize when we arrive to Príncipe, a small island of around 10,000 people, and the average person does not know how to write an email, use Microsoft Word, right? So we have a $10 million underwater sea cable that's going to give them stable internet connection or enforce the already stable internet connection that they have, but then we don't have the capacity to be able to use that correctly. So something that we talk about in this report and we talk about in the chapter is the importance of knowledge and capacitation of youth, but also different people. Another aspect of this point of technology and infrastructure is this idea of two other pillars that I mentioned. One is digital public goods, right? We talk about the necessity of incorporating technology into day-to-day life. We have people still in Sao Tome and Príncipe that have to cross the island to make an appointment in the hospital, then go back home for a couple more hours, and then go back again, cross the island again to get the care that they need, right? So these things that are transversal and cut through day-to-day life are extremely important, and we seem to be forgetting, right? Because the reality is that the Atlantic Basin itself represents different ends of the development spectrum, and we need to keep in mind of the importance of equalizing everything before we move forward. Another big aspect is transport and logistics. We talk about world's global supply chains. We have been talking a lot about nearshoring, especially now with Mr. Trump and with China and with other actors in the world, right? So this is extremely, extremely important. And the redirection of global supply chains in the Atlantic Basin is something that we should keep in mind. Third point, last but not least, trade and economic integration. I'm from Argentina, even though I'm based in Portugal, and something that in Argentina and in Europe we're listening to a lot about today is the European Union and Mercosur trade agreement. Mercosur is a common market of the South that brings in together Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, and Uruguay. Now, this free trade agreement has been in discussion since I was born. I'm 27 years, and it's still being talked about. Now, in 2019, we all celebrated because the agreement passed through. Still, not today, has not been implemented, right? So we keep on talking about the importance of this agreement. To give you some statistics, 780 million consumers would be part of this free trade agreement, 20% of global GDP. The importance of this, I don't need to tell you about, right? I mean, we keep on talking about the emergence of Trump and the importance of critical raw materials. So this would give the European Union a path to not only rely on the actors that we always listen to, China, among other actors, but incorporate the Latin American perspective into this. Now, we keep on pushing for this, but then if we look critically among the situation in Argentina, in Brazil, in Paraguay, and Uruguay, we cannot agree with each other. We have a Mercosur summit that cannot be confirmed because our leaders are not willing to talk with each other. So I think we need to critically assess this and understand what needs to be done. To close, this vision for the wider Atlantic in 2050 and this idea that a strategically relevant Atlantic, one that shapes global governance, innovation, and economic flows, must become youth-empowered, technologically interconnected, and trade integrated across north, south, and south-south corridors. So that's my point, and I know that we're going to continue.
Thank you. Well, I realize that connectivity is the magic word that all of you are... our sister Bamis have also titled her contribution "Cross-Regional Connectivity for a Secure and Climate-Resilient Future in the Atlantic." Can you be more precise about this, the importance of this connectivity?
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning once again, everyone. And I really appreciate this opportunity given by the Policy Center for the New South to contribute to the Atlantic Current, and also I appreciate the fantastic Moroccan hospitality I've had since I've arrived here. And just to speak to that, it's important that we look at and envisage what kind of wide Atlantic we are looking at towards 2050. And from my own point of view, I'm looking at a wider Atlantic that is inclusive. It has, we have transitioned to that green, low-carbon future. It's climate resilient, and there's shared prosperity. And for us to achieve this connectivity, interconnectivity is critical. Now, from the pathways to achieving this, especially from an African standpoint, is to start looking at how we can have decarbonized, decentralized, but also integrated energy systems. It is so critical because in the Atlantic Basin, we have a huge vast of energy resources everyone has alluded to today. Wind in the north and in the south. We have solar in Africa and South America. We also have hydro. And so looking at how to create a network of connected energy hubs is one way to ensure, first of all, that we have energy resilience in the region. Historically, there has been a lot of issues around geopolitics of energy supply, and taking into the fact that we are also going to have more impact from climate change, it's then important to start thinking about, you know, what these hubs and how to integrate these hubs beyond individual energy systems within the country. Now, from that standpoint, it's also important to look at how do we then develop and create green energy shipping corridors, because eventually our flows, shipping, transport needs to be transformed, and also ensure energy access from a decentralized microgrid solutions for rural communities, because we can't leave them behind, and island countries as well. So when we begin to look at all these things, we see that we then need to start looking at what strategic opportunities can we explore to ensure that we have a just transition. Nigeria, for example, is very big on fossil fuels, right? And we now need to begin to see that even though at the moment we want to have what is called a gasified industry, we need to start seeing how we don't have stranded assets, you know, as we then transition into that low carbon future. Also, critically for Africa, we need to pull people out of poverty. We need to start unlocking human potentials with regards to access to electricity, and that would go from the decentralized microgrid projects. So from that point of view, we then also we empower them. And then also looking at the continental or intercontinental approach where we have what we call mutual dependence on one another in terms of energy networks resilience. It's important we take that into perspective. Now my second pathway, I'm looking at how do we then move from extraction to green industrialization? Because at the end of the day, we need to have the green industries that create the energy systems that power the economy within the wider Africa Atlantic. And historically, we know that many of the critical mineral countries reside in the global south, and there has been a historical state of extraction. But now everyone is clamoring, and it's leading to what I think Rowan has alluded to, where you're having mineral or resource nationalization. So now we need to have to get to that point of ensuring that there are collaborations to have in-country or in-country value addition, with regards to creating, those with regards to processing those minerals. Yeah, that's it. So, processing those minerals, adding value to those countries that have them. For example, Nigeria, Morocco, Namibia, very rich, and also Chile, very rich in lithium. And this is a critical mineral, for batteries. And on top of that, beyond the batteries for the energy system, we're also looking at electrification of transport, where they're going to have a massive amount of EVs, running throughout different parts for transportation. So it's important that we then begin to look at systems that create opportunities for this localization of value addition. One of the things that we have done in my organization, NEF, is to kind of do a study, that looks at enhancing lithium value addition for sustainable development. And one of the things we have noticed is beyond just extraction and localization, there also has to be a sustainability approach to this. Many of the mines, are left in situations that have serious environmental consequences for the communities. You are moving people from one community to the other. And so it's important to then look at a holistic approach where sustainability is taken into account, and also new jobs are created, like that has been alluded to, and also ensuring also that we also have created diversified market away from just from Asia, so that the resources we need are internalized within the wider Atlantic. And then, of course, it's important also to look at how do we then have a collaborative approach for trade, right? Collaborative sustainable development for trade, because now we're talking about industrialization. The industrialization creates and would only work when they have markets, So integrated markets are so important. Infrastructure is needed for markets, and there's hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. I know there's a lot of focus on the hard infrastructure, the road, the rails, right? But also it's important to start looking at the payment systems. It's important to start looking at harmonized standards, that would ensure, and also looking at tariffs. So it's so once we begin to look at this and also see how we can address all these issues, then we then get to a point where we can actually say that with energy access, with the industrialization, we get into a 2050 that we have shared prosperity and works for all members of the Atlantic community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bami. Mr. Pedro Sebra is asking us to deal with uncertainties through transformation and pragmatism. Is it something near to the Trumpism, or is it something different?
Probably close to it. Yeah.
Close to it. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation and for setting the stage for this discussion. When you asked us to think about the future of the wider Atlantic, the first thing that came to my mind was precisely part of what I did for the report, which is most of the times we are now being confronted with this overall global narrative that multilateralism is in crisis, right? That the multilateral system that we have benefited so much from over the years is in crisis. And to be sure, there are reasons for us to be talking about a crisis, right? I mean, look at the UN Security Council, where it's deadlocked on some major issues. Look at trade dispute settlements at the WTO, which are being weakened as we speak. Look at the proliferation of sanctions regimes. Look at this adoption of this sort of more transactional, more interest-driven diplomacy for most daily affairs. So we have plenty of reasons to be talking about a crisis in multilateralism. However, my point today is going to go in the contrary direction, because I think in 2050 we will not see multilateralism collapsing in the Atlantic. It will actually be transforming. And so instead of seeing this attachment to strict, rigid, formal manifestations of multilateralism, what I think we are going to be seeing is precisely this shift away towards more nimble, more flexible, more informal solutions that will still try to account or to bring us together to try and have common solutions, common proposals to tackle the same interests and goals that we have between all of us. But if that is going to be the case, I think that sort of proposition also asks us to acknowledge the current state of what we have right now in terms of the multilateral ecosystem, right? So we can talk about the African Union, the European Union, ECOWAS, the OAS, even CARICOM. But when we look at the current context, we perhaps realize that they are not doing that well in terms of responding to this set of crises and the context that Ronan was introducing us to. We have hybrid threats, we have criminality closely associated to terrorist activities, we have climate-induced vulnerabilities, we have pressure on critical infrastructure, we have the erratic behavior of some great powers. All this is creating this sort of perfect storm that our existing multilateral institutions within the Atlantic space are not that well equipped or are not doing, quite frankly, a very good job in responding to. So does this mean that they are irrelevant or they will become irrelevant? Far from it. I think they will very much still be important in this discussion, but it does mean that we have to start looking at other manifestations of how we can still entice, induce, promote multilateral cooperation. And I think here we can look at some of the examples that have already been brought up this morning. We can look at energy corridors, we can look at digital infrastructure, we can look at trade and shipping lanes, we can look at people-to-people mobility. There's ample areas where we are seeing that states, regions, societies at all are pursuing different ways to establish or create multilateral venues, conventions, outcomes even. And I can give you just two very quick examples that I think very much exemplify this sort of dynamic that is going to get bigger in years to come. For example, if we look at the Gulf of Guinea, for years, a hotspot in terms of piracy attacks, and I'm not claiming that everything is solved right now, but we have seen a turnaround in some of the numbers registered over recent years, and that has not been owed to the creation of a major, brand new, overarching organization. No, it has been owed to the fact that we have seen several informal initiatives that have tried to stitch together navies, coastal states, the region itself, international organizations, the private sector. So we can talk about the influence of the Yaoundé Code of Conduct, we can talk about the impact of the work of the G7++ Friends of the Gulf of Guinea, we can talk about the impact of the new Maritime Task Force that is being assembled to precisely help efforts in the region. But we are not talking about classical, based on institutions kind of solutions, right? We're talking about much more flexible mechanisms that are being proposed and advanced with the hopes that they can produce more quick results. Not necessarily more effective, but certainly more quick. Another example that I also think we can talk about here is about the issue of connectivity, but more specifically in terms of subsea cables. which are right now, of course, already one of the backbones of the Atlantic and will certainly continue to be one. But mind you, we don't have a global treaty on how we should be talking about underwater critical infrastructure. We don't have one single major organization, multilateral one, tackling or in charge of protecting that same infrastructure. Instead, and I think this is an important part, what we are seeing is this very close public-private partnership between the industry, between the public sector, in terms of coming up with standards and regulations on how we should be talking about this specific infrastructure. So governance about or over subsea cables is not coming or being imagined within a classical multilateral venue. It is coming from the bottom up, and it will most likely continue to go in that direction. And so I think if you ask us what's the outlook for 2050, I think what we will be holding together the Atlantic, it's not going to be treaties on paper or a fancy headquarters in a major transit hub. It's going to be pipelines, cables, shipping lanes. And it's around all of that that we are going to have to structure our relations and to find a common way through that. That said, I think we also need to be aware of the fragilities of pursuing this kind of informal, flexible multilateralism, right? It raises a lot of questions from the point of view of transparency, of accountability. How can we be certain that the goals are indeed being pursued through such venues when we actually don't have anything on paper or that we don't see anything in front of us? What if everything starts happening in the backstage? I think that is a very legitimate question, but I think the trend is here, and I think it will only increase in the coming years. And so I don't think we have to assume the worst for the Atlantic all the time, at the very least. I don't think we have to imagine it will be that the multilateralism in the Atlantic will be condemned to fragmentation. I think we can talk about adaptation and transformation. It's not going to be necessarily better, more effective, but it certainly seems to be a trend that we should be on the lookout. And I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Well, I like your approach of multilateralism. At least we have somebody who still believes in multilateralism. But there are so many issues that needs to be discussed, and this is not we don't have the time to do that. Mr. Nicholas is waiting for me impatiently, and I think he's in the same line as the others, but he's going to be extremely critical to one aspect of Mr. Trump's policy, linking investment and security and cooperation. Please.
Sure. First, I want to start by thanking you for the invitation to be on this panel, the opening panel of this great conference. This is my third time in this conference, so this is great. I want also to thank Professor Anaui for inviting here. Living and working in the United States puts me in a position. I think the audience will expect from me to say what the United States, why it's behaving the way it's behaving. But I will not address that very much. I will explain some things about it. It's very interesting that around the panelists, only one president was named. Nobody, as if there are no other presidents, because there are many other presidents that are very important, like Mr. Xi in China. So I want to start my comments by saying that the United States has two coasts. It has an important coast on the Atlantic, and that is the historical attention of the country. But it has also another coast on the west, in the Pacific. And at the moment, that coast is more important than the eastern coast. And the coast on the Atlantic is very important because on the Pacific, on the Pacific, because across the ocean is the major adversary, the country that the United States recognizes today as the major adversary. So the Atlantic remains, of course, very important for the United States, but currently the policies of the United States are very much fixed on the other side of the world. There are two issues that I will address. As an economist, I can talk only about economic issues. One is the topic that we addressed in the report, in our chapter for the report, and that is for international investment. There are very good statistics about international investment, and these statistics, for example, of the World Investment Report, show that international investment has changed dramatically over the last 10 years or so. Last year, the investments in developing countries, emerging economies, whatever you call them, were much bigger than the investments in the traditional developed countries. Importantly, Europe is sinking in terms of investments. I mean, the investments have decreased last year by 45%. The United States had an increase in the investment, international investment, even in this climate. But I want to point out something that escapes the attention of most people. The international investment that comes to the United States is very different than the international investment that goes to other countries. And it's very different because the vast majority of it is mergers and acquisitions by foreign investors of American companies, of local companies. And those mergers and acquisitions that happen not to invest in our country because to produce there, but to access technology, because basically that's what's happening. Companies are being acquired and then things are siphoned out. Europe has experienced some of that as well, with the case of the Dutch producer of semiconductors being a big one. We have realized, the country realizes actually, and this involves both parties, that something strange is happening. We look at the other side of the Pacific and we see products that are really very close to what we have. Anyone who is in military equipment these days will realize that the latest fighter aircraft of China is basically a copy of the F-35. Essentially, the country, the United States, the country of Mr. Trump, feels like it is under siege. Now that is for most people feel that this is strange, but how can it be under siege? It is the aggressor, for example, but that's the feeling inside the country. My office is just 3 blocks away from the White House, and the constant discussion in Washington is security. Security, even in universities, we have the most important word these days is research security. We are trying to somehow insulate ourselves from the world. So, in the paper, in the report, we wrote about this very important committee, the Committee for Foreign Investment for the United States, which has acquired new powers now from the Treasury Department, and it's reviewing all foreign investments that are considered to be sort of concern, right? That has alienated a lot of people, and the funny thing is that although this kind of reaction of the United States is really focusing on the other side, on the Pacific, the policy also affects the Atlantic very much. So here, with your question, is my answer. Looking at this, I would say I would agree with Pedro, and I will say that multilateralism probably will be the future, but it's not going to be the same as today, and the reason is that the country that underwrote the system that exists is not subscribing to it anymore. It feels like if you will, it's strange, but it feels like a victim of some sorts. Right? Now, the second, I want to also touch on a second subject here, which is not discussed. An extremely important area of policy for the United States, and I think the European Union and Japan and Korea and China, is artificial intelligence. In artificial intelligence, the United States is going all out, and I mean willing to get rid of all kinds of regulations, willing to get rid of all kinds of environmental concerns in order to build the facilities that are necessary. It's considered a matter of utmost national importance. I wanted actually to ask the audience, who knows Tilly Norwood? Who knows Tilly Norwood? Somebody knows. Who is Tilly Norwood?
It's an AI actress.
Absolutely, that's correct. She now it has been a lady has been created that is being marketed in Hollywood, who was created from last February to this May, last May. You can read the article in Wall Street Journal on December 6 about Tilly Norwood. It's creating upheaval in the industry. Much cheaper, apparently very realistic, not the type of thing that AI creates, you can find everybody, right? But very realistically created and being actively marketed today. So these things are happening across all sectors. We worry very much that the United States worries very much that we are falling behind China. In the fact that China is following a different approach in applications. They are very much focused on applications, and we, in the traditional sense, are very much focused in getting the next major idea. So $1 trillion, just imagine this number, $1 trillion, which is higher than the GDP of all countries except 12 or 13, is spent on artificial intelligence in a year, right? So we are at that level right now, and another $1 trillion is spent on research in general, and it is an all-out effort. We have been working at the university in the regulation systems for artificial intelligence, and many people, artificial intelligence has a lot of expectations, but a lot of fears as well. It can go wrong. So Europe went its own way in regulating heavily, top-down regulation, risk-based regulation. China went its own way, regulating only generative artificial intelligence and only for models that will be used in China, not for models that will be used in the rest of the world. And the United States has decided not to regulate at all. In fact, I don't know how many of you saw the President Trump, 2 days after he arrived in the White House, brought a major executive order about eliminating the barriers to artificial intelligence. 6 months later, in July 23rd, the action plan for AI came out, which is of radical. It calls like AI a race. We are going to win the race. It's very important, the outlook, with very strong language about regulations, about what the country will do. And just a few days ago, on the 24th of November, you see every 6 months these things, the Mission Genesis is being released. You can see it actually, is another big executive order on November 24th, where the government, it calls for a government to create a big platform for all data that is available, which will assist industry and universities and whatever to move forward. So I wanted to bring up these two issues because these will very much affect the Atlantic and the way it will be in the future.
Thank you very much. I was wondering if we could, if Tilly Norwood could participate to any of our.
She could.
She could. Okay.
Yes.
Well, if you can be the intermediary for the next
in
year,
the future, I'll bring them along.
Thank you.
Here.
Now I would like to turn to the audience. I know that they have so many questions. We are left. I know that. I think we all know that our president, Mr. Ainaoui, is extremely keen on respecting the time. So we are left with about 12 minutes. We can extend them to maybe to 15 minutes. And but please, if you can help us, no comments, direct and very short questions, please. The gentleman here. And please, the second microphone to the gentleman here on the other side.
Hi. I don't think it works. Does it work? It's loud? Okay, thanks very much for the opportunity. Two very quick questions. Thanks very much. Two very quick questions. One is on multilateralism. I think most of us tend to give a synonym of United Nations to multilateralism, which is not the case. I think multilateralism will always remain. The fact that at this point we're trying to have Antarctic dialogues, family, that in itself is multilateralism. So we have to redefine and just be clear on that. What I think, and I'd like to have your comment on, what I think is going to be happening is that the post-1945 institutions, which we, particularly as Africans, are not involved in establishing, are collapsing, but they're going to be replaced by something new. So multilateralism is alive and kicking, and it's going to continue for a very long time. The comment about AI, is America worried about the content producers? Because we might continue thinking of the actual product, but the content producers and those that are contributing towards the content are not Americans. And AI is dependent on what you feed it. So when we're growing up, we had something called GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. So the garbage that's going to inform the rationale of AI is based on content producers. And as far as I'm concerned, the Chinese are producing content, Africans are producing content, Asians are producing content, and Americans are not producing content. Is that a concern in Washington?
Thank you. I'm going to collect 3 or 4 questions for the first round.
Good morning. I am Landry Signé, Senior Fellow here at the Policy Center for the New South. Thank you for sharing your words of wisdom and for having us here. So the US has just issued the National Security Strategy on December the 4th. Would you mind elaborating a little bit on its implication for cooperation, especially that the section on principles and also the top priorities are quite aggressive. So that is a point that I want perhaps to elaborate a little bit more on. And also one dimension maybe which may not have been covered during the trend by 2050 that I just wanted to highlight is by 2050, the combined consumer and business spending in Africa will exceed 16.12 trillion US dollar, so which present a phenomenal opportunity also for accelerating development through the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? The lady over there, please. Yeah, okay.
Hello, Nadia Moti, professor, University Mohammed V. It's not a question, but it's the cry of a heart. In this ever-evolving, changing global dynamics, I think we have focused more on the common interests and we have forgot about our human values. And I think if we're going on this path, there's no comparison with Roberts and us. And Will Smith will be very happy to see that his film, Robot, will reveal the future of our humanity. And I think it's really something that we should be really alert. Focus more on our human values and come back to that. And I think multiculturalism will probably come back in a different version, but at least it will be more on the human aspects. Thank you.
If you can give, please, to the gentleman in the front row, please, because he was the first to ask.
Thank you, and a very good morning. My name is Ambassador Professor Mohamedou Ka from the Gambia, based in Geneva. Thank you for your very insightful comment. The question is, to what extent do you agree that amid rising instability, systems resilience, the sheer volume matters most, and their robust multilateralism is indispensable for de-risking uncertainty, revitalizing trade, and enabling shared prosperity across the Atlantic? I want you to explain your insights on that. And also, what is your view on the question on AI? How the wider Atlantic should approach data and AI governance for the stability of the wider Atlantic? Do you think we are doing enough in this space? And should the Atlantic reset partnerships towards data and AI to avert a looming instability in bounds that we have never seen before? And what is the centrality of the youth and capacity and tech transfer in this regard for a South-to-South collaboration, to the point that you made earlier? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can you give to the gentleman in the back, please?
Thank you, Rabia Mukhtar, Policy Center for the New South and Texas A&M. Great discussion. Two quick questions on the AI. China seeked DeepSeek with a fraction of the budget that we in the US have invested, have actually, to expert opinion, was far superior. And by the way, we're not allowed to download it in the government. You don't have access to it. So how are we winning the race with this differential in investment and productivity? On the first comment from the gentleman, we talk a lot about the global South. And a lot of aspiration. The reality is different. Decisions are made in the global North, contradict that reality. So could you comment on that?
Last one for this first.
I don't think, yeah. This question goes for Mr. Gaston. I want to get a quick reaction on the new national security strategy. With the US no longer being an anchor of the multilateral liberal trade system and now becoming a dominant actor and a prize fighter, and reprioritizing also its regional objectives, how do you see that impacting Latin American countries, and I mean, what are the main challenges and what do you see as opportunities during this new context? Thank you. My name is Diego Marroquin. I'm a fellow at the Center for International and Strategic Studies in Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Can you give it to the lady behind me, please? I couldn't see you. My apologies.
No problem. Thank you very much. My name is Wissam Elbi. I'm the Regional Director for the International Development Research Center. My question is really on the absence of regulation or removing all regulations related to artificial intelligence. Since, as you know, setting the tone in the US kind of influences everybody else, and its role in the spread of mis and disinformation. Is this not a concern to the US?
Thank you. I think we'll stop at that, and then we'll come back for the second branch of. Please, since nobody indicated to whom they are addressing the questions, it's up to you to take the ones that you consider relevant to you.
You want Pedro to start?
Yeah, or I think I have one or two that I can more directly answer. I always hate to overuse that quote from Oscar Wilde, but I completely agree. I mean, the whole narrative about the crisis of multilateralism is completely exaggerated, right? I mean, we have instances and examples where we still see the core fabric of multilateralism working. And so I'm not arguing that it's going to end tomorrow or the next day or next week or next year, but I do think there is some reasons for that kind of fragility and for that kind of narrative behind such a crisis, right? What I would say is, one, it's not just the post-1945 institutions that are in crisis, right? We can look at South America, we can look in Africa. I mean, regional economic communities in Africa are a very good example of how they are being hollowed out and why we should be looking at other proposals coming up. And I think we have to pay particular attention to this proliferation, this growing proliferation of forums, contact groups, groups of friends, because they are now attracting the most attention from the very same states that were willing to put the resources behind creating a formal institution a few years ago. I'm not saying that we are not going to see them anymore. I'm not saying that we are not going to see a potential big alternative coming up, but the trend right now is that going the informal route. And that, I would leave it at that. Thank you.
Please.
I'll take the question on the Global South, and I think this term is one that is often very controversial and elicits a lot of reaction.
We use the New South.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think, obviously the first thing to clarify is that we know that it's not a geographic term, it's a geopolitical term, right? It's a loose definition on purpose. You often get asked the questions, what does Nigeria have in common with Nicaragua, for example? And it's deliberately loose. And the Indian foreign minister made the point, if you're from the Global South, you know you're from the Global South. And the whole point around it is that it creates another seesaw on which to play at in the playground, because the old order was not serving the interests of countries in the Global South. And you take evidence through the pandemic, where countries in the Global South were denied not only access to vaccines, but manufacturing their own vaccines. There's criticism around the climate issue, where African states in particular are asked to be the sacrificial lambs for something that they didn't, for a crime that they didn't commit. Interest rates go up in the developed world, and African sovereigns are locked out of international capital markets. So there's been a lot of resentment, and what the Global South as a loose collection does is that it has a vested interest in changing the status quo. The old order that was designed in a certain context that is no longer fit for purpose, does not reflect demographic realities and contemporary power realities. And so it gives you that leverage and that bargaining power from which to assert your weight and your relevance. So, this is where, in the context of things like BRICS Plus, yes, there are lots of contradictions. We know that. But again, it gives you something of size and scale that is too big to ignore, because it controls the bulk of the global energy resources, the bulk of the global population, and in that context, it's significant. Now, the big challenge, particularly in relation to selling the vision and values for the future to middle powers, is what we need to kind of observe, right? So you've got one pole with China, you've got another pole with the traditional West. These are evolving. And I think the direction in which we go is going to be determined by middle powers. So countries like Turkey, Brazil, South Africa, Nigeria, etc. These are the countries that are going to determine what new order we end up with and how the rules of engagement are set.
Okay.
Totally agree with this comment.
Okay. So
I really think that it's the new multilateralism will be determined by these powers, because, as Ronak said, there are many reasons for it. Regarding, to go back to AI, many of you were interested in this. Yes, we are very much concerned with data, and that's why the so-called mission Genesis is there. This is still on paper. It has not happened yet. It was published the other day. But the data is exactly, the platform for data is exactly where this will focus. The other question about whether the US goes alone or it will involve other countries, it very much wants to involve other countries, but currently, and in my view, unfortunately, but currently the language that comes out is that we are interested in international relations in artificial intelligence as long as other countries buy the whole American stack, the whole American technology stack, the whole thing, hardware, software, everything. So as long as you are willing to subscribe, we talk. Again, I think this is an unfortunate direction, and at some point the decision makers will realize that it is an unfortunate direction. I will not really address your question because I am not a specialist. I don't do defense. I think you want to see somebody who claims to be specialist, but definitely the policy, the external view of the policy is more aggressive. As I said, just a few days ago, I was in Korea, and I gave talk to their Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology. Korea is between these two giants. They're dancing around it, and it feels quite threatened. And yet, at some point, they will need to decide. I mean, what to do with this thing. So, it is aggressive because on both sides now there is aggressiveness, right? China is not hiding at all its intentions to be number one. So, that's the problem. So.
I think there was a question about regulation and the
regulation. Yes, the lady. Regulation. Many of us, me including, worry about this. Regulation at some point, I mean, we have different ideas about what regulation will be. The European approach to regulation, I think, is not going to help them. Because a top-down definition of risk in a technology that you do not even know how it will develop and where it's going to be used and how is very dangerous. Because who is going to decide what is risk in that level? So, right, like we are writing on this. The other extreme of the American extreme currently of not regulating at all, in fact, is not only not regulating at all, but the federal government trying to dismantle even the little regulations that the states may have. So the federal government is fighting against the states not to regulate at all. So I think that is also extreme, and that has the dangers of misinformation. The other question that came on the other side, misinformation. I don't really know. Nobody really knows how this will end up. But we hope that the companies themselves. We hope the companies themselves will come to some understanding. That hurting the public is not going to work very well for them. But it's only a hope. No regulation, just a hope.
It might not have any effect.
With some pressure, of course, some pressure from.
Thank you, Ambassador. So, in your remarks, Pedro, you mentioned that multilateralism will not collapse, it will adapt, right? And we're going to see this rise of more informal solutions. And this leads me, I've been a long supporter of regional organizations, the Organization of American States. I see the wonders of the European Union in Portugal and the rest of the continent. Now, I'm going to tie this to the question from my friend Diego over there. Now, we keep on talking about the US, right? And the fact that the US is in retreat. But I dare to say that in Latin America, in Africa, the US has been in retreat for quite a while, right? And if you ask my brothers in Latin America or brothers in Africa, China is the response to this. And China has been the response, a pragmatic response, a response of solutions for many of us that we can say it's desperate or not, but it has been a solution for us. If you ask people in Argentina right now, they will tell you two things, Shein and Temu. Who knows these two websites, right? My friends in Argentina now, after a really long time, are able to access cheap phone cases and iPad cases and clothes. That is already changing the dynamic. So how am I tying this to the question from Diego? And I mean, Diego is one of the foremost voices of North American trade, and I urge you all to read his fantastic work. But how does this relate to the impacts of the national security strategy of the US for Latin America, for Europe? And it's the fact that we are already seeing those responses in the past couple of years, the natural responses. I talked about the importance of the European Union and Mercosur Free Trade Agreement, this idea of, I mean, if it wasn't for this bromance that we have in Argentina between my president and Mr. Trump, if we go to the facts, Argentina is now exporting livestock to China. Our main trade relationships are China, are Brazil. The potential for the European Union being this trade relationship in response to what we're seeing in the US is already happening. But we need to go the last mile, continue talking, continue looking for solutions, and stop this nonsense of political nonsense, where, as I said before in my remarks, we cannot meet between the 4 countries of Mercosur to figure out what we're going to do with the European Union, because we do not know whether we want to meet in Brazil or in Argentina. So we need to, and something that I wanted to mention, and I'm going to close with this, is that we need to address ourselves first and stop pointing our fingers outwards and figure out what is going on in our regions, what is going on in Latin America, what is going on in Africa, right? Latin America is risking no longer being the region of peace. We have a war that might be happening in Venezuela right now. Yesterday, the US invaded, took over an oil tanker, and we're all still talking about, yes, historically something happened, and yes, that's extremely important, but we need to address what we're not doing and our shortfalls internally in each region. Thank you.
Thank you. Bamis, please.
I think it's important to let us know that strong regional institutions play a very significant role and will continue to play that role depending on how it pans out, regardless of the flexibility, because at the end of the day, we need this we need governance, we need security, especially along the Atlantic in Africa, and that comes from a harmonized security framework, and also inclusive of getting all the blended finance. The institutions play significant roles in us ensuring that we have the finances that allow us to, either in the energy sector or transport sector, to develop, and also supports the private sector, because somebody mentioned the role of the private sector, which is so critical. So regardless of how we see multilateralism, these strong institutions will still continue to play a major role.
Okay.
I can only agree with
all
all this.
So we are going to take a second set of questions that I would arbitrarily limit to 3, because I really want to respect the time. Please go ahead, and as short as possible.
Thank you, and thank you very much for these great presentations. My name is Mina Baliamoun, and I am a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. One of the T's, the 5 T's, was talent, right? And I'm also a university professor, so talent is very important to me. And then there was lots of talk about interesting talk about connectivity or the lack of it in the global south, Latin America, same in Africa, of course. With the recent changes to the US immigration policy and the restrictive conditions that they are putting on places like Harvard and other universities, there is kind of a hope in the global south that the talents will move, there will be a rebalancing of talent. But then given the connectivity problems, and I'm not even talking about institutional problems, and also the issue of regulation, how is that going to happen? I think what we're going to see is probably talent moving from the United States, going to Canada, to Australia, to Europe, and not to the global south. And I would really appreciate your intake on this. What should change first? Should we wait for talent to come to these countries to change things, or should we change these things before?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nkosana Moyo. I run a think tank, the Mandela Institute for Development Studies. I think there are two phenomena which are very closely related but can be quite confusing. Parasitic relationships and symbiotic relationships. And if one is not careful, one can be confused for the other. I would suggest that these two things, if you look at what we call multilateralism, and that we think it used to work, I would argue actually that it never worked. But it was because it was a parasitic relationship where the host was not killed as yet. And that's the reason it survived to date. And as soon as the host felt threatened, as it would be the case, then it will resist and attempt to get rid of the parasite. And I think that's what, when you look at multilateral relationships and analyze them quite carefully, you'll notice that they're actually not symbiotic, they're parasitic. And the nation state, incidentally, the architecture of a nation state is inconsistent with multilateralism.
Okay, thank you. Here, please.
Marcos Freitas, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center. And I was just thinking, and I wanted to ask you a question that for me sounds like an irony, if you look into it, particularly when it comes to artificial intelligence. If China is the one that is considered a closed economy or a closed model to the world, China, in one hand, is open the idea of open source AI for the whole world, which is actually much more beneficial for the global south than the proposal of the United States. So, and I wrote a paper about the haves and have-nots of artificial intelligence and technology. My question is this: shouldn't we be discussing really this alternative that is being offered, open source AI, which is more inclusive to everybody else in this room than a model that is no longer working in the long run for the benefit of the countries, and this perspective of multilateralism a la carte. If I like it, multilateral. If I don't, isolationism. So that's my question to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please give to the gentleman. I think this is going to be the last question.
Thank you. I got it. Thank you very much and for inviting us. My name is Samba Tiam. I'm a roving ambassador at the Office of the President in Mauritania. My question is very simple, and this is the first time I participate in this Atlantic dialogue. During your research, do you have the feeling that countries have integrated the notion of global Atlantic in their policies or not? The reason why I'm asking, I was listening very careful to our sister and to you about energy, how to decarbonize, how to integrate. For instance, in Mauritania, we are developing large green hydrogen project, but we are looking at into a regional perspective, developing an energy corridor with Morocco and with Senegal, and also putting it of power to mine to be able to export more decarbonize mining, but also develop industry. So I'm curious, do they have this wide global in their mind, or is it just we are talking separate? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I come back to the panelists. We have 2 minutes. So just very prompt answers in 2 or 3 words, and I think we can respect the time. Please, go ahead.
Cool. So I'll be brief and take the talent question. So I think we need to reframe this slightly because, we've in the past spoken about brain drain and brain gain and in very binary terms. I think what COVID has done and what technology has done is that we can work anywhere, any place, anytime. So you can potentially be living outside the continent and still contributing towards the continent. And we know the impact and role that remittances play, for example, across various jurisdictions on the continent, key forex earners. We've got payments companies now that are making this easier and removing the cost of friction. You take the example of sporting teams, whether it be football, you look at Morocco, for example, a lot of their players play in the top leagues in Europe, come back, contribute, and compete globally. Same thing with cricket and rugby in South Africa, for example, where you can go contribute overseas, acquire the skills, and create these circular pathways back. So, and increasingly, because there are trade-offs in each and every place that exists, I think it's much easier to, instead of being either or, where you go forever and you don't come back, to do both and. So you can do what I'm trying to do is summer and summer, so I can skip winter between London and South Africa. But I think we increasingly have the option of reinventing the way that we do these things. And I would argue that you can contribute to Africa by not being in Africa.
Hence the importance of connectivity.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I want to add to the same question, actually. The United States, for the first time since World War II, is facing an exodus of good people. 2 of our best professors in my school have left in the last month or so, but they are not going into emerging economies. They are going into global north. One to Oxford, another to Luis University in Italy, and some others that I know go back to China. So there is a significant exodus of researchers to China now. So this is, in my view, a disaster. What used to be the strength of that country, I am an immigrant, right? I came from somewhere else, is now being wasted.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Do you want to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be very quick and add to this, but in a more pointed way. I think that the problem in and of itself is, if we think about global institutions, multilateral development banks, international organizations, what cities come to mind? New York, Geneva, Brussels, right? So I think that is the problem in and of itself. And the fact that these institutions are sometimes devoid from the reality. I told you in my comments about this 20 million project that we are seeing in Santo Tomé and Príncipe, but then the World Bank seems to not realize that after spending $20 million, people don't know how to use email, right? So I think that also we need to be very, very, very critical and really reappraise the reality of all these institutions and take them to the ground. Something good to close, something good. The Inter-American Development Bank has done something in the past couple of years that is very interesting. The IDB is the major regional development bank based in Washington, D.C. What we have seen in the past couple of years is the fact that the IDB is moving talent out of Washington, D.C. into different regions. And I think that's something good, finally something good out of the IDB. And something nice.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the question he raised on connectivity. I think, yes, there are quite a lot of global alliances looking at that perspective. You look from the gas point of view, for example, the pipeline going from Nigeria to Morocco will eventually hit Europe. Mm-hmm. And the same thing with the offshore wind going on in Morocco will eventually connect to Europe. So in some tranches, yes, we're beginning to see that connection. And as we go further on down the decades, it will come into fusion.
Yes.
All right. Very quickly, I don't want to leave Morocco as the harbinger of doom for multilateralism, so let me just be very quick, very clear on this. I don't think we can safely expect any kind of formal multilateral framework going up to the US Senate in the coming years and going into the US President's desk. What we need to do is to focus on those experiences that work, on those niches in which regional governance and regional mechanisms are indeed doing something. And when we are confronted with this sort of informal mechanisms that are being put in our place or in front of us, we need to be more demanding and to see who is leading the charge, who is actually proposing this sort of alternatives, and ask for more results. Otherwise, we'll keep talking about something that mirrors or looks like multilateralism, but in reality is just a smokescreen for something else. And I will leave it at that.
Thank you. I will, maybe for the first and last time, I'm going to also be part of the panel, and I will compliment the answer that was given to you about believing in the wider Atlantic. I think that Senegal and Mauritania gave an example of how they can surmount difficulties and do something that is positive for the two countries, for the Atlantic. I think also that the initiative of His Majesty also for the Atlantic is something that is within this logic of believing in wider Atlantic. The extension to the Sahel region is also part of this wider Atlantic. What my sister was saying in terms of this pipeline that will go on, that will surround the Atlantic Africa and go to Europe is something that goes with this logic of believing in wider Atlantic as a possible and a potential area where you have space for building a wider Atlantic community in the very sense of the word. I would like you, please. Yes, please.
May I have a last,
yes.
Just one last thing?
Well, you can have the last word.
No,
not
the last word. But I want to make a last comment.
Yeah.
For me, the saddest thing of all is that the US is retreating, but Europe is not filling up the gap. Somebody else is filling up the gap.
Sure.
Europe seems to be unable for the moment to actually close what the US is leaving. So.
Thank you. I think our panelists deserve a very good round of applause. And I think that all of us deserve to go to lunch and enjoy our right to food. Yeah. So thank you very much for your attendance, and we'll see you in 1 hour and a half.
Thank you.
Panelists are asked to remain on stage for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation this first morning. We will now break for lunch. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade, to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization, each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deeply engaging night owl discussions. In this edition, the program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geoeconomics of water, energy, and trade to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization, each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is hosting the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues from December 11th to 13th, 2025 in Rabat, Morocco. This year, around 450 participants representing over 60 nationalities will join a conversation that continues to evolve where diverse perspectives intersect beyond borders and beyond generations. The Atlantic Dialogues offers a setting like no other, distinctive, informal, and genuinely interactive, dynamic exchanges, skillfully moderated debates, 15 plenary sessions, 3 conversations, 2 town halls, 18 focused thematic breakout dinners, and 3 deep In a world marked by fragmentation and shifting power dynamics, there is a place where bridges are built, where the North meets the South in conversation, not confrontation. That place is Morocco, and that platform is the Atlantic Dialogues.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed with tremendous pleasure that
For something different, breakout dinners where theme-changing mental maps captured a moment of turbulence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The opening session is about to begin. Translation is available. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 2 is for French, Channel 3 is for Arabic, and Channel 4 is for Spanish.
Les verts, il faut changer d'acchi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The opening session will begin now.
Ah, تفيتوا. واخا واخا شعل.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The opening session will begin now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The opening session is about to begin. Translation is available. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 2 is for French, Channel 3 is for Arabic, and Channel 4 is for Spanish. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please welcome to the stage our hosts for the AD 2025 application presentation, Senior Economist at the Policy Center for the New South, Reem Barahab.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Atlantic Dialogues. I am pleased to present once again our conference app, AD 2025, entirely developed in-house at the Policy Center by the New South. This unique tool is designed to foster better engagement between the moderator in the ballroom and the audience. Now, to access the app, a dedicated Wi-Fi network is available under the name Atlantic Dialogues. Your login credentials have been sent to you in the logistical notes that you received ahead of the conference. But if you need further support, our technical team has a dedicated desk right at the entrance. So as you can see on the screen, the steps to make in order to connect to the Wi-Fi. Perfect. So once you're connected, you can access the app. So I invite you all to open it on your smartphone or tablet. And if you haven't downloaded the app already, you can do so using the link that was sent to you via email or with the help of the AD application desk, also located at the entrance of the building. So let's begin now. So once you sign in, you will see the main menu, which is organized into 6 different sections, so I will briefly go through them. So the first section is about Atlantic Dialogues. So here you will find all information related to the conference, including the agenda, speakers, participants, and so forth. So let's click, for instance, on agenda to have a closer look. So it is organized by day, as you can see, and you can select each day to view the full program. Now, this year, we have introduced 2 new features. The first one is auto scroll, so the app now automatically positions you on the session currently taking place, so you always know where we are in the conference. And the second is the notification history. So by tapping the bell at the top right, you can view all past notifications, including session alert, practical information, and contact requests. Now, any update made last minute will be posted here in real time, so please make sure to refresh the page and check it frequently. Now, to learn more about any speaker or participant, you can simply click on their name directly on the agenda, like so. Another way would be to go back to the main menu and click on speaker to browse all biographies. So let's take an example and click on the first speaker. Now here again, 2 new features are available. The first is direct messaging. So new chat buttons allow you to contact directly the participants through the app. And the second is to ask to view email. Now, when you request the participants' emails, they will receive a notification and can either accept or decline. And these emails will appear in the contact section that we will see in a few minutes. Now, if you haven't submitted your bio yet, we invite you to send them to your points of contact and we will add it to the application. Now let's go back and test another category and click, for instance, on AD Newsfeed. Now here, participants can engage with the Atlantic Dialogues community by posting messages or uploading pictures, as you can see. Now let's return to the main menu and scroll to the second section, which is that of the Emerging Leaders program, which just concluded this morning. So similarly, you'll have all information about that as well. Now let's go to the section about the Policy Center for the New South. So when you click on Policy Center, you can find more information about our think tank. Now if we go back and click on Research and Analysis, you will find a selection of publications and annual reports of the Policy Center, including the Atlantic Current Report, which we publish each year alongside the conference. Now, all past editions of the Atlantic Currents can be found in our website as well, but few hard copies of the 2025 editions are displayed in the library located in the lounge area. Now let's return. The next category is your personal space. So this area includes chats with other participants, travels and logistics information, as well as the breakout dinners and contact. So if you click, for instance, on travels and logistics, you will have more information about your hotels, arrivals, departure, and airport pickup time if you're an international participant. And finally, shuttle system service information can be found here as well for all participants. Now, as you know, the Atlantic Dialogues is taking place in Rabat once again. And with hotels located at about 30 minutes far from here, we want to ensure that the conference goes smoothly, so please make sure to check the shuttle schedule frequently. And if you go down to this page, you will also find the number of the breakout dinners that you have been affected to following your request. Now let's go back and shift our focus on media and communication. Now here, if you click on newsletter, you will access the latest AD newsletters. You can click on view, for instance, to have a closer look at daily best of videos and links to the Policy Center's various social media accounts. Now, the daily newsletters will be emailed to you and stored in this section, so you can check them out later. And feel free to interact with us on social media by tagging the Policy Center's account and by using the hashtag AD2025. So now let's go back and explore a more interactive part of this app. So as I mentioned earlier, this app serves as a valuable tool for moderators throughout the conference. So when you click on interactivity, you can see two main elements, the voting and the word cloud. So let's try, for instance, the word cloud. And I will ask you again to open up the app if you haven't done yet and click on Interactivity and Word Cloud. And here you will see a question displayed on your screen. So the question is, what are the most pressing or challenges currently confronting the Atlantic regions? So please only type one word to answer the question, and you'll have 30 seconds starting now. Now, the more word is submitted, the larger it appears on the screen, and it gives us a quick visual snapshot of what the room is really thinking. So perhaps we can take a look at some results now. Wow. So I see Trump, climate, change, migration. Climate is getting bigger, almost as big as Trump. So here we have a quick look of what the room is really thinking. So now let's move to another voting exercise, actually. So can we go back? Yes. So here again, we have another question. How many times has the Atlantic Dialogues Conference been held in Rabat? So is it 2, 3, or 4 times? So to vote, simply click on the number that you think is the correct answer, and you will have also 30 seconds for it. So let's perhaps have a look. Oh. So I see that about 46% responded to twice, which is actually not the right answer. The Atlantic Dialogues has been organized 3 times in Rabat, actually the first, or 4. Actually, the first edition ever was here in Rabat. Now, participants are kindly requested to wait under the moderator's signals to use these interactive tools, and we might be using them very shortly in the next session. Now, before to conclude, a quick note on interpretation. So in addition to the translation headset, a new digital translation system is now available directly through your phones. You can access it by scanning the QR code displayed on the screens in the lounge area. But please remember, you have to be connected to our Wi-Fi, the Atlantic Dialogues, to have access to that. So once connected, you can follow the conference live in either French, English, Spanish, or Arabic directly from your own device and using your own earphones. And a direct link will actually be, to access this service will be shared in the AD newsfeed that we've tried at the beginning of this app. Now, lastly, we encourage you to make full use of the AD 2025 app and follow our coverage on social media. And for any questions regarding the app, again, there is an app desk that is located at the entrance of this building. And for anything else, my colleagues who are wearing white lanyards will be happy to help you. So thank you again, and enjoy the conference.
We will now present a video tracing the evolution of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference over the past 14 years. In a world marked by fragmentation and shifting power dynamics, there is a place where bridges are built, where the North meets the South in conversation, not confrontation. That place is Morocco, and that platform is the Atlantic Dialogues.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed with tremendous pleasure that I welcome you to Morocco and to Rabat.
It's the right place for this event. Its geography is an ideal meeting place for North and South.
Over the years,
a
dedicated community of over 2,000 leaders and changemakers has emerged, carrying a message of cooperation and committed to transforming mindsets, mental maps, and narratives. The dialogues began with a simple yet ambitious idea: to bring together voices from across the Atlantic, established powers and emerging actors, in a space for constructive, inclusive, and future-oriented dialogue, not to replicate traditional forms, but to offer something different. Rooted in Morocco, a country that looks both to Africa and to the Atlantic, the dialogues embody a commitment to bridging continents, generations, and perspectives. This reflects the vision of the Policy Center for the New South. The Atlantic is not a border, but a shared space where the South contributes confidently to global conversation as an equal partner in shaping the world's future. At the heart of this vision lies the concept of the wider Atlantic, an invitation to rethink inherited narratives by connecting voices from Latin America, Africa, Europe, and North America. The Atlantic Dialogues Conference promotes a more balanced and inclusive approach to shared challenges. The format matters. Sessions are designed for open, interactive discussion through plenary panels with a conversational tone and audience engagements, smaller breakout sessions, and the night owl discussions. Some of the most meaningful conversations happen off the record, late at night, during night owl sessions or breakout dinners, where deeper connections are formed. This spirit has created a vibrant intergenerational community. Through the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders Program, young voices from across the Atlantic Basin help shape the dialogue, ensuring that the conversations are not only grounded in experience, but also driven by future visions. The memory of AD doesn't end when sessions close. Lasting connections are built during the 3 days of conference, and they continue to shape conversations. The impact also lives on in the Atlantic currents. The Policy Center's annual reports on Atlantic affairs, released during the conference and co-authored by experts from the Atlantic Basin, it captures key ideas and extends the impact of the dialogues well beyond the event. Organized by the Policy Center for the New South, the Atlantic Dialogues is a gathering of voices, a stage for ideas, a space where the wider Atlantic reimagines its shared destiny. Since 2012, it has carried one ambition: to bring balance to global conversations and amplify perspectives too often left unheard. It all began in 2012 in Rabat with a daring idea to reframe the Atlantic, no longer divided into North and South, but seen as one basin, a space of common interest and shared opportunities. It was the first time the wider Atlantic was embraced, expanding the scope and ambition of the dialogue. From that foundation, the 2013 edition pushed further, turning vision into substance. The focus shifted to connectivity, to the ports, corridors, and routes that bind continents together and make cooperation tangible. But ideas need more than dialogue to endure. The Atlantic Currents report was born the following year, grounding thought leadership in research and data, and making sure the conversation would not only inspire, but also guide policy. That same year, the conference gathered for the first time in Marrakesh. The event grew larger, drawing more participants, a sign that the Atlantic's call for connection was reaching far beyond its shores. Building on this momentum, the 2015 edition invited participants to look deeper into partnerships and to rethink prosperity and security across the Atlantic. Africa's growing voice was placed firmly at the center of the discussion, a focus that would only grow stronger in the years to come. The world was shifting, and so was the conversation. In 2016, the theme Changing Mental Maps captured a moment of turbulence. Populism, shifting alliances, and technological disruption were redrawing the contours of power, pushing participants to rethink how we see and how we engage across the Atlantic. Under the theme Africa and the Atlantic, Time for Action, the dialogue placed the continent at the heart of the global conversation in 2017. Held in Africa and about Africa, it carried the continent's own voice, while Morocco's reintegration into the African Union echoed the spirit of the moment. In 2018, the OCP Policy Center embraced the name Policy Center for the New South, reinforcing its commitment to elevating Southern perspectives. That year's 6th edition, under the theme Atlantic Dynamics, Overcoming Choke Points, reflected the new vision and asked difficult questions about governance, trade imbalances, and migration pressures. By 2019, the dialogue turned to resilience, to the innovation and determination of local communities navigating turbulence. This opening to the South became the true strength of the edition. The community kept expanding with more participants and richer exchanges, embracing a broader horizon, greater reach, and a bold ambition for the years ahead. The years 2020 and 2021 tested the world like no other, bringing disruption on a global scale. Yet even as the pandemic closed borders, the dialogue went virtual, proving that connection was more vital than ever. By 2021, as the world prepared to rebuild, the focus turned to multilateralism. The experience of the pandemic revealed new forms of resilience, even as old hierarchies were challenged. In this shifting landscape, Southern perspectives gained new prominence, shaping more inclusive models of cooperation. In 2022, as economies sought recovery and global value chains were under strain, the dialogue unfolded against a backdrop of overlapping crises, climate shocks, conflict, and food insecurity. Recognizing their interconnection, the conversations called for comprehensive responses across the Atlantic, linking recovery to resilience. By 2023, the tone had shifted again. With war and conflict spreading across regions, sovereignty and stability became central, as Southern states asserted control over digital infrastructures, energy policy, and cultural narratives. The message was clear. Emerging actors were no longer participants in someone else's order. They were shaping their own. In 2024, as a dialogue returned to Rabat after 8 editions in Marrakesh and 2 held online, and as the Policy Center for the New South celebrated its 10th anniversary, the agenda broadened. Rooted in a royal vision, Morocco's Royal Atlantic Initiative took center stage, reflecting a decisive shift toward an Africa that shapes, connects, and leads across the Atlantic. More than a theme, it defined the spirit of this edition. The format itself evolved, creating a space where every voice could connect more directly. The Atlantic Dialogues had become more than a conference. It was now a multidimensional platform for exchange and vision. Today, the Atlantic Dialogues bridge continents and generations, fostering trust in a fractured world and carrying forward its promise, a new kind of cooperation rooted in responsibility, inclusion, and hope, focused on digital sovereignty, strategic competition, shifting power balances, and trade tensions, along with other pressing topics shaping this year's Atlantic Dialogues. And today, we are happy to welcome you to the 14th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues, where the Atlantic meets to shape tomorrow.
Hello. Welcome, ministers, advisors, ambassadors, presidents, but mostly friends, members of a community we built over the years. And there's a double sort of edged sword with this kind of movie. I found myself that I've aged a lot, Landry. And you too. What I take from this, and I'll thank my colleagues at the end, and all the friends and colleagues that have been putting this together. But I take from this that, first of all, this is an idea we inherited, and some of the founders, particularly President Terab, that were at the inception of the idea of these dialogues, and Craig Kennedy at that time got something right. And you saw in the movie that it was another word in a way. In 2012, very different word. You were not in China. You were not. And it's a very different word, but there's something that has sort of cut through time. It's the spirit, what moves us as human beings, emotions, beliefs, perceptions, weaknesses, energy, strength. What drives us, and what drives us at the Policy Center, and you here in this community, is really you want to understand. You believe in progress. We all share the values of freedom, and I can come back to that if we have time. We have a lot in common, and this kind of sort of format and what we do as a think tank is really sort of to try to extract that in an intellectual infrastructure that has capillarity, Nick. A word he discovered. I'm very proud. The guy went to Oxford. And so that's I think is really what we're trying to achieve, and you're on a campus of a university, the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, and it's not by accident. All this is a continuum of a complex intellectual infrastructure we're trying to build. 24 of the 120 community of the policy center, 24 of colleagues and fellows are teaching at the university, transmitting this knowledge, transmitting the culture, the strategic culture, the culture from government, from international organizations to students. I think it's essential. So don't be mistaken. You're of course not. You're very smart, but that's not just an event. That's a culture. That's what we call in Arabic a amana. We're guardian, we're custodian on something. It's precious. Myself, my colleagues, we feel that we got an amana. These dialogues existed, as you saw, in 2012. The policy standard started formally in 2014. We inherited it. Our duty is to value it and to transmit it to the next generation. But what is important is not these chairs, this building, all that is great, but it's you, it's the culture, and it's the footprint we have in the brains, in the culture, in the values of our fellow Moroccans, Brazilians, the 70 countries you represent here. Over the years, we're talking 120 countries that have come to here that are connected to us. And we do things together all along the year. You come, we teach, we do papers, we have exchanges, your supports when we do things in countries, etc., etc. So that's, I think, where it's essential, and that's what we try to cultivate here. So listen very carefully. If I may have a lesson, not a lesson, a modest advice in front of advisories, listen carefully to the wind blowing. Sink in. There are very smart people around here. Sink in. Don't be busy. You're not busy. Enjoy it. Catch Mr. Gentiloni that is here, Youssef Amani, Hilal. Extract the juice from them. Yes, particularly for our students, many students, PhD students and volunteers. It's a chance to have them here in a sort of friendly and safe space. So make the best of it. I think that's essential, and that's why we create this. We're generous. This is to create distributed networks, distributed sort of sophisticated intellectual infrastructure, again, that is competing, I'm sure, with AI today, that is creating another kind of infrastructure, stealing your IP. Don't be mistaken. So you should cherish these kind of interactions because they're not available in any other places, and we are protecting it. By the way, we've locked on our website access to ChatGPT. Was mining our sites every day. I said, you put a guardian at the door because this is precious. We don't want to sell out to that. So that's my first sort of message. It's coming from far away. We're custodians. You're part of a community, and the emergence of the Atlantic Dialogues has gone together consubstantially with the Policy Center as an institution that is a public good, that is here to be used by everyone, all Moroccans, but of course way, way beyond. That is something to connect us to the world in a structured and organized manner, not coffee discussions. Of course, they're interesting and they're nice, but we're trying to do something else and build a culture. The other thing that I think that was essential since we started, and again, in a way, it's really part of Morocco, of the vision of His Majesty the King, that Morocco is an open place with a sense of reasonable government. It's a reasonable place. It's an old country that, of course, doesn't maybe run like when you're old, but you don't fall. And you try to keep a place where we can meet and discuss in a constructive and reasonable way. I think the world is reorganizing beyond the shock and the uncertainties and the exogenous sort of change we're all getting. It's reorganizing, and regions and regional groupings will certainly play a role, and I'm expecting very interesting discussions here on that. but this is the natural tendency of human beings. We like to be under a tent, and the tent is a very important concept in Morocco. So it's like a tent. We're all together and under this tent. Nobody is excluded. Everybody is welcomed. That's important. And I think that's the spirit, a little bit of multilateralism in a way that is being, that is suffering today, but it will reorganize. And the Atlantic Dialogue, the Policy Center for the New South is an invitation to reorganize. Not with the, like I see, I travel and I go to meetings and stuff like you, like I often see, there's no spirit of revenge. There's no spirit, we make them pay because they were imperialists and colonialists. That's not the spirit in Morocco, my friend, teaching in China. The spirit is, we're old enough. The country is old enough, and I think that goes with Europe and for China as well. So to know that we're all together in this. But this is a combat, this is a struggle, and I hope some of the younger generation that we have in the Atlantic Dialogue Emerging Leaders, which is a group now of 450 people, will carry on that mission. It's essential. We want to transmit them that virus. We want their energy. So beyond the rebalancing between North and South, there is this rebalancing and opening up for growth for this younger, our fellow from the younger generation. It's essential that we have a sense of continuity, and because this is not going to stop here, this is going to last for the foreseeable future, and that's really at the heart of the Policy Center. When I look at the composition of the senior fellows that we have at the Policy Center, it's close to 20 nationalities. This is not by accident that we have 2 Vietnamese, where are they? Brazilians, Caribbeans, yeah? St. Lucia, Viva. Yeah, Europeans, Africans. That's not by accident. It's because we wanted, it's a conscious choice. We wanted to create that framework. I don't see this happening in many think tanks in advanced economies. Sorry to say, I have to be a little bit provocative, but that's the reality. Yes. So 2-3 years ago, I mentioned that we were a stone, in the shoe, us, the South. It doesn't kill you, but my God, after 10 kilometers, a stone in your shoe. So we are here to stay. So let's make sure, we can come to some aggiornamento in a way that makes sense, and that we can influence policies. We can build, and that will be my conclusion, what is most important in life, and you all know that, it's trust and confidence. So difficult to build, so fragile, even among families. See what's happening between the US and Europe. It's a family affair. So difficult, that the most difficult things. And this is what we're building here. Trust and also social capital that will allow us to do things together and expand what we're doing. We're already doing that here, us, within the infrastructure, intellectual infrastructure we've built around the university, the think tank, startups, and all kind of initiatives that we're having. We're doing it, of course, with many of you here as partners, as individuals, but also as institutions. See our friends from Getulio Vargas and others at ISPI, ORF. I'm taking some risks. I don't like to, then I forget always someone. But that's exactly what we're doing. And it's not easy, it's for the long run. And that's another characteristic and feature of Morocco, is that we're patient and committed to the long term. And this is 14 editions. We don't do this as a coup or something. The same for the Policy Center and many institutions we try to build. So you can count on us to be sustained in our effort and to be passionate about what we do and to continue it over the long term. So you're 430 here this year. It's a big group. I include, of course, senior fellows and the press. I want to thank all of you to having made particularly our foreign friends coming from abroad, and also my comrades here in Morocco for taking the time. You are our hosts, and we'll make sure that everything goes well and that you feel comfortable. But we're very proud of your friendship, your trust, and your partnership. So enjoy those 3 days, and of course, I'll see you around. Thank you again. Let me call a long friend of the Policy Center for the New South of the Atlantic Dialogues. I think maybe you started before I joined, Nick. So it's my pleasure to hand you the baton.
And what was the word you taught me?
Capillarity or capillary, which is being like a sponge, absorbing things and distributing things. I like that. Distributed sort of frameworks. You don't control. It's not a master-slavery relation. It's not a center-periphery relation. Open spaces for others to express themselves. The floor is yours.
So I'm a disciple of capillarity. Work that one out. I don't know how that translates into Arab. Well done. Kareem, an enormous appreciation from everybody here. You're part of a community. My job over the next 45 minutes is to get you to think even more radically. I'm going to be coming to ask you to get a second generation of the iCloud in a moment, so get your machines out. But first of all, you're all a member of a community. You're here to think about tomorrow, and tomorrow can happen very quickly. Think of what would have happened a week ago if we'd been talking. We wouldn't be talking about the National Security Survey from the United States. And look at the incredible impact that has had and the concerns, worries that it has created. These are times which are moving very fast. So when that video talked about framing tomorrow, tomorrow is coming amazingly quickly. But first of all, this is a community, so talk to whoever is around you just to get to know each other. So you can build that sense of community, friendship, and moving forward. 30 seconds just to talk to whoever is around you. Righty-ho, okay. It's very unfashionable. Keep talking then. All right. I don't think you need me as a moderator here because you can talk among yourselves. Right, let's create the agenda. There's a danger with conferences that actually everything is decided well in advance about being prescriptive. And for the reasons I mentioned about the National Security Survey from the United States, things are moving very fast. Get your handsets. I'd like to replay that iCloud to see if you've modified in any way the concerns you have. But I want to know for the next 40 minutes the kind of things you want to put on the agenda, which you want to talk about, which you can be even more radically thinking about. So look at your handsets and let's get from you an answer to the question about what is on your mind and what is really worrying. One word, please. I'm not going to tell you what you said half an hour ago. Autocrats. In the same typeface, Trump and chaos. Ten more seconds. That's so I can remember. All right, you've set an agenda here. Autocrats, chaos, a little bit more Trump, a bit crazy, a bit complex. Your words. You've come here and you're members of a family, a community, which is here to try and chart, in the way that the video said, the way ahead. And the way ahead is happening very, very quickly. I'm going to open this floor. There are 430 of you, as Karim said. So I'd like to get as many interventions as possible. There are 8 mics in the room. Who'd like to open up? Please, microphone here. What I plan to do is build on an argument if it looks like it needs to be built on. Please, tell us who you are, stand up. And who else would like to talk? Who else? Microphone here, right? Microphone at the front. Thanks. Good. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is...
Yeah. Go.
Hello, my name is Francisco Cordova from Colombia, an alumni from the ADEL program. I'm happy to be here because I wrote one of the chapters of the new edition, and I titled, How Can Latin America and Africa Win the AI Race by 2050? I'm going to tell you the 3 principles that I put there in that chapter. Number 1, we need to take the open source large language models that both China, the US, and Europe are launching to compete and then integrate into our local economies. Number 2, we need to start exchanging information in a decentralized way, so when people find great projects that they have, it could easily be exchanged. And number 3, on how we can unify this, is that most people around the world will not need a ChatGPT in their phone. What they need is something that is useful. So for example, if you're a farmer in Ghana and you discover a new way that you can work with your farm, you upload that info to your phone, and that goes to a large system, that goes to the large language model, and then that information is shared to a farmer in Guatemala. So in this way, we take the full power and all the $1 trillion that is being invested in AI, and we use it in our favor, combining our languages, our culture, and our needs. Thank you very much.
Do you think you've got traction on what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Right, good. Anyone else want to come in on that particular issue? Because I'll get the microphone to you. Right, microphone here. Who would like to come in next? And over here?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Marcus Freitas from the Policy Center, Senior Fellow. I think that I mentioned that in the previous panel. I think the major issue that we have, Nick, is multilateralism a la carte, meaning...
Do you think multilateralism is dead or not?
I don't think it is, but because we're transforming it into an a la carte thing. So I think that's the big change that we need to do it. And we need to go back, step back, talk about globalization that we were doing last year, and that's the topic that I think we should concentrate on.
Do you think principles are being lost?
I think we have. I think we have.
Right.
And I think we are, using words to go against globalization. That's a bad thing.
Could you put the microphone over there to Andres? Okay, and over here, please. Microphone to your right, please. Here. Andres.
Andreas Krämer, I'm taking the cue from the autocrat and the Trump in the word cloud. Thinking about the changes in the world, we say that things are happening. I would be interested to understand the causes behind the events that are happening.
And what do you think the causes are?
Well, the autocrats and Trump, the transactionalism that has entered into global policy making. And with that comes the nepotism, the personal enrichment, the corruption. And the question behind that is, Nick, how can we protect global goods, common goods, the interest of future generations in an age where transactionalism and ego politics trump everything?
Before you put the microphone down, do you think autocracy is influencing democracy now?
It's not influencing, it's eroding it, actively destroying it by whatever means it can. And autocrats are not just people who run countries. These are also men, usually men, that run corporations. The big investors in the new artificial intelligence, in the social media, they're just as bad, just as anti-regulation as the chemical industry or the fossil energy barons.
That is a profound alert. Thank you, Andreas. I'll come here. Who else? And the microphone there, please. Introduce yourself, if the microphone is on. Could you give it to the lady? Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Mustafa Bin Lamli, former United Nations.
Wait a minute, let's hear the microphone open.
Hello, yeah, Mustafa Bin Lamli, former United Nations.
Keep going.
The question is on multilateralism. Yes, the multilateralism will not disappear, but will transform into something different. It's multilateralism with multipolar. It's a multipolar lateralism.
But what about the speed? Because that is what I emphasized at the beginning.
Time. The speed will take time. It will take some 10 years, couple of decades, but it will happen because we see it happening now. And it's within this context that my question is the following. What's the role and the place of the Atlantic Ensemble, not only the initiative, the whole Atlantic, within this multipolar world?
Are you being too reserved, thinking it'll happen sometime? I'd put to you that actually you've got to think about this happening much quicker.
It might happen much quicker. It might happen in the next couple of 3 years. It might be a black swan. Something might happen. There might be a war.
Are we prepared for it?
That's the real question.
All right, we're not.
No,
Okay,
we're
thank
not
you very much. Please. Who else? Microphone here, please, at the front.
Good afternoon, Fatma Tajabi, PhD candidate, UMCSP, Foreign Policy Analysis. I think one of the challenges we have, I will agree with the iCloud, is Trump, but we can see Trump as it's not as a cause, but a symptom of something that has already been existing for a while. I think he just came with a more radicalness to it, but when we look at during the time of Biden, especially when it comes to protecting technologies, he have done certain type of policies to make sure that there is no technological transfer. But one thing I want to add is what our dean said. I think it's not stressed enough. When he was speaking, he considered each and every one and the partners as friends. And that concept is really important because when you come to international relations, especially when it comes to the concept of internal realism, no one is seen as a friend. What remains is interest. And I think if we start seeing each other as friends with common interest, then the psychological aspect, we will go beyond just getting what we want at the
But let me
expense.
press you. You mentioned Trump.
Yes.
Could I tell you we're talking about, or could I suggest to you we're talking about now a phenomenon, not just one person?
Yeah, yes,
Is there
yes.
another noun we can use for that? I put that challenge to everybody in the room.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's not just one person. There is illiberal democracies happening. Autocrats are emerging both in the global south and the global north. We see what is happening in Europe, populist leaders popping up everywhere. So I think it's a phenomenon that it's going rapidly.
But remember, these leaders and these groups are being voted for in a democratic process.
That's the paradox, actually. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
All right, well, let's put that on the agenda for something. If any of you have a better word, a better concept. Anyone want to come in immediately? Shout. I'm trying to get a word away from the word Trump. Who's coming up with a particular word we could use about a phenomenon that is developing very fast? You okay, get a microphone behind you. Thank you. There's a microphone for you.
Yeah, we could just go with Trumpism everywhere. I want to connect to that also. And maybe what I'm going to say might sound a little bit provocative. With all the problems that we have in the United States, with, as a result
Where
of
are you
Trump
from?
Yeah, I'm in Florida. And I have double things, including the governor of the state. But anyway, so with all those things, I really like to think of what's going on as, instead of threats, as an opportunity for the world. And she mentioned that we have to think of each other as friends and everything. One would hope that with all the autocrats or with all those who kind of do the Trumpism in their own countries and vote for these groups, that there are enough more people that think the other way, the good way, and they will see this as an opportunity for them to get together, to come up with new things to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future.
But my request was, as we put the word up there, the name of the President of the United States, is there another noun we should be using
you meant
to
some
describe
other,
and explain what is happening?
Well,
transactionalism.
That would work.
Keep thinking about it for the next 30 minutes.
Hello, I'm Landry Signé, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South and Brookings. So I think one key dimension is the velocity, whether we think about the emergence of technology, AI, and so on, but also environmental crisis and societal challenges. Velocity is a key dimension which require agile governance to address both the pacing challenge, so the speed, and the coordination challenge, the multiplicity of actors.
Do you have confidence in governance at the moment or not?
So, yes, and because we are all here part of the policy-making process, part of governance, so the things depend which role do we take? Do we wait for order and think that the government is separate from us, or are we actively involved in that policy-making process? Which brings to the question of how to get things on the agenda. We are speaking about challenges, but here comes the opportunity. Per Kingdom, one of the political science theorists, there's a window of opportunity when you have a clear problem, when you have policies, and many of us here are proposing policy options, and the third P is politics. And the politics is where we have a challenge now. Can we all speak with one voice, aligned, because the problem is clearly identified, and the solution many of us have already released or published those. So when those three are aligned, we have a window of opportunity to actually adopt a new agenda. So I'm not too concerned, yes, with the transactionalism and order, but I also think that we have the unique opportunity, if we speak with one voice, to bring about change and to shape the future we want. Thank you.
Thank you, please. And can you move the microphone to the lady behind you? Keep going.
Well, I agree with my friend here that...
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Maged Abdelaziz. I am the ambassador of the League of Arab States to the United Nations. I'm from Egypt, but I'm representing myself here today. I don't represent the League of Arab States. So what I'm saying is my own views. I mean, I can agree 100% with my friend here who said that Trump equals transactionism.
Do you have another word for it? Do you have another word for it?
No, I'm convinced with this.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. The way he does business, he does not depend on the institutions. I mean, particularly on the political side. He depends on special envoys that are connected with business that is going to come out with some profit at the very end of the settlement of that dispute or that situation. If you look at the map open the site of the Secretary of State of the United States, you will find that with all the problems that we have here in the Middle East, there are 12 vacant posts of the United States ambassadors to the Middle East out of 22. He has only 10 ambassadors in 22 countries. He depends on Witkoff, on Barak, on other envoys that have been business people and that are connected to him with either marriage or commercial enterprises or others.
So put one idea on the agenda, please.
One idea, it's what President Reagan used to say in the past. Where is the beef? The interest, his own interest is above any other thing.
Put the microphone to the lady behind you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Aude Donald from Martinique, visiting fellow at New American Washington. My agenda is actually multilateralism à la carte, challenging our colleague here. What if it is the solution? Coalitions of the willing. We have it with the vulnerable 20. Smaller number of countries, more agility, more velocity, transactionality. Perhaps it's actually what we need on specific topics. You're not interested in debt? So be it. Let the countries that are interested in reforming the debt architecture work. Simply don't block processes, right? Don't block reform like our Europeans and American friends do. So perhaps multilateralism à la carte and coalitions of the willing.
So that means ad hoc, does it?
Exactly. I mean, if climate change is one of your top priorities, like small island developing states, well, you know, they work together with other vulnerable countries. That's what we're actually seeing with the Vulnerable 20 group. It's actually already happening. So perhaps coalitions of the willing on specific topics is the way to go. Multilateralism à la carte. But we also need other countries who are not interested not to block reform.
Thank you very much indeed. Multilateralism à la carte. Who's got a microphone, please, here? And you have a microphone too. Good. It'll come.
My name is Ambassador Akadiri Aminu, Executive Director, Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce.
Speak up a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ambassador Aminu Akadiri, Executive Director, Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce. I think that we have to forget about Trump. He take the opportunity.
Forget about Trump.
Yes, he take the opportunity of what is going from democracy to autocracy. Can't we think about democracy? Because everything is up and down. So I'm happy that I'm here with Professor, everybody. Let us think out what can we do to make the world very easy for life. Thank you very much.
Forget about Trump.
Yes.
Question mark.
We are on
how?
Democracy.
Right. Talk about cat among the pigeons. A lot of hands are going up. I'm going to come to you at the back. Who's got the microphone next?
Yeah. Yes, my name is Timbisa from Africa Asia Dialogues, South Africa. Many of us forget that when the 1945 multilateral platforms occurred, some of us were still in the ships getting to New York. And when we arrived in New York, the meeting was over. We had to make a U-turn. So this is an opportunity for us to be part of the discussion and have the seat on the table. First point. Second point
How
is...
big is the table?
The table is quite big at the moment
How
because
big?
many people are rejecting the seat on the table. And I think it's an opportunity for Africans particularly to take their seat on the table because we did miss the boat in post-1945. Second very quick point is about the temptation of putting multilateralism and multipolarity as competing ideas. I think multilateralism, when it was initiated, it was about a multipolarity, in other words, all of us equal on the table. Therefore, the emergence of the multipolarity is likely to make success of multilateralism. And
Do you agree with the view that multilateralism can be done ad hoc?
Indeed, it has always been the case.
Okay, right. Who's got the microphone next to the back? Who's got the microphone? Lady here. Yes,
Hello.
hi.
Eniola Mafe Abaga. I'm Global Advocacy and Partnerships for a non-profit focused on building infrastructure. I think there is a hope reversal. I don't think we've ever talked about hope in the past couple of years for many of the reasons that have been mentioned. I think we're seeing that young people are the least hopeful of any generation currently, especially in regions where there is the lack of connectivity, lack of opportunities, lack of infrastructure. So that's where we're seeing the largest youth bulge, but we're seeing less hope and opportunities for them. I think that's a very dangerous combination, especially when we're a younger global world. We're younger and younger each year. My country, Nigeria, is 19.5 years. So I think we do have to think about the connection between hope and the young generations and what they need. And I think that can be done now.
Let me press you on that.
Really wait.
The work we do at Thinking the Unthinkable, we talk about the difficulty of embracing the new level of adversity.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
I think expecting young people to, just like in climate change, expecting young people to take on the burden of things that have been done before they were even born is a little bit of a tough thing. I think also when we're thinking about our strategies and our policies, bringing young agency ambassadors within organizations, ADEL, which we're parts of, would be really valuable there. Maybe
Right,
others have thoughts there.
By the way, ADEL, for those of you who don't know, is Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders. So it's not the singer. Right, let's move the microphones way back there, please. Could you manage that, please? Go ahead.
Hello. Thanks for having me. Commodore James Kunto from Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute, an advisor there. In Ghana, it's a think tank based in Ghana. I would say that I saw chaos in the cloud, you show us, and I would say that I see something very, very worrying. I've been in the military for over 40 years, retired now, and what I'm going to say is for myself, again, it's not for the think tank or from Ghana. The wider Atlantic in the next 20 years, by the year 2050, we are most likely to see many coup d'etats in our part of the world. When I was in the military, initial stages, it was military governments handing over a rush to go to democracy. And now it is, so we came to democracy, and the last few years, 60% of coup d'etats which have happened took place in sub-Saharan African countries. So there is a real rush to go back to military rule. So the fallout...
You're saying a real rush to go back to
military rule. The fallout of the chaos you are having in Europe and in America is that we have lost confidence in the democracy you taught us. So we're going back to what we know best to see how that works.
All right, let's pause there. Can you pass the microphone back to the lady at 8 o'clock? By the way, the microphone is on, so when it comes to you, don't fiddle around with it. It'll be on. It's just got to be opened. You've got the microphone.
Yes.
There are 7 other microphones, so get the microphones moving, can you? There's a lady here and people here. Go ahead.
So I, for one, I'm grateful for...
Tell us who you are.
Nkosana Moyo from the Mandela Institute for Development Studies. I, for one, am grateful for President Trump because I think President Trump has made clear what has always been happening. It was just too subtle for a lot of us to understand. And in that vein, I also think that multilateralism never existed. I think we're talking at cross purposes to each other. The world has always been run by a few countries, and that has not changed. The only thing that's going to change is who is at the table. That's why we've got the General Assembly and we've got the Security Council. That tells you the world has never actually been multilateral. So there is nothing new. And Trump has just made it clearer to most of us what the world is always, how the world has always functioned. That's my view.
Thank you. Okay, who's got the microphone here? No one. Yes, please, microphone here.
Thank you. Aliyah Ahad from the Government of Bermuda, also here representing myself as an ADAL 2025. But I love this idea of reimagining what multilateralism looks like, especially coming from Bermuda, which is an overseas territory of the UK and is therefore not included in these UN-level platforms in any case. So to add to what Aude was saying, I think we need to look not just for the coalition of the willing at state level, but also look for non-state actors, look at cities, look at companies, because there's no way that we're going to solve the sort of problems that we're facing, whether it's climate, technology, AI, if we're only looking to nation states to be the solution.
Thank you very much. Where have all the microphones gone? There are 8 of them in here. I can only see... Ah, you've got a microphone. Good. Possession is the winning tactic. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Zeynep Toumi Benjaloun, former United Nations. I was interested by this discussion on the multilateralism, but I didn't hear much except from some.
What did you agree with? What did you disagree with? What did you agree with?
I agree with most of what is said. What I think is lacking, and I wanted to raise a point that might be of interest to discuss, is that one of the greatest tools for the multilateralism that we're discussing today is the United Nations, which currently is in a state of reform. It's in a state of crisis. So it would be interesting to hear and to discuss what kind of United Nations do we want?
There will be many views in this room, but do you have confidence in what the United Nations can do in so many areas, given the enormous pressures and the speed of change and disruption going on?
Do I have confidence? Yes, I have confidence with a certain amount of reform and of tightening up of screws and of focus and of priority. Yes, definitely, I think it can be done if used correctly and if there is agreement amongst member states on what the United Nations should be doing, where it should be focusing, and help the United Nations fulfill its mandate.
So
Yes,
easy
definitely.
to use the word reform, but no one is quite sure what that really ever means apart from let's change.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Joy Atikum with the United Nations Development Program as well. 2 points. One, I think Trump is a blessing to some people.
Is a blessing.
In the basin.
Tell us more.
I think the advent of Trump has actually exposed a world that had functioned in a certain way for so many years to the advantage of a few. I think what Trump has exposed is something that most people in the southern part of the Atlantic corridor already knew, that multilateralism, globalization is not equal at every different point. But I also think that Trump has offered the southern part of that corridor an opportunity to pivot. So whether or not the countries in this particular southern part decide to focus more on Trumpism rather than looking at the new players in the corridor is what's going to determine the shift in the next years. My last point is on youth. I also do think that we forget that the state as it is right now is not the states we had in the 40s, where the institutions ran the countries. The states right now, power has actually shifted to the people and to the private sector. So while we're focusing on institutions as the primacy of the state, in reality, it's the people now and the private sector that controls the power shift and the power movement in most of our countries.
Let me just re-quote you. You said Trump is a blessing and it's an opportunity to pivot.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want to make sure that people heard you. Right, at the back, right at the back with the microphone.
Hello, my name is Fernando Jorge Cardoso. I'm coming from Lisbon in Portugal. And you were looking for a word. I will give you one word, which is transactional supremacy. Because there is no such thing as transactionalism. There is the United States of America imposing its will. So this is transactional supremacy. And it is wrong, it is not good for every country in the world. So this is the word.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transactional supremacy. I'm a transactional supremacist. That's going to be very difficult to sell as a political slogan, but I put that on the agenda. A transactional supremacist. Work that one out. Who's got the microphone, please?
I have here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm coming.
My name is Derla Cardoso. I'm from Brazil. I'm the head of international at CNN Brazil. And I would like to offer a different word, unilateralism. How about this word to define Trump as he's all about America first, and the way he's doing all his policies is through unilateralism. So we are talking about the crisis of multilateralism, but as I agree, as our colleague said, that Trump offers an opportunity for us to think other ways to do our relations. So I would like to offer this word to change for Trump.
I did to Adele yesterday, all the emerging leaders gathered, that when you look at Hungary, when you look at Slovakia, when you look at the change of government in the Czech Republic now, you can see there is a trend which goes beyond Trump.
Yes, of course.
Does what you're suggesting lead to a word which is appropriate for all of these changes?
No, the word for what you are describing is extremism, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Who's got the microphone over here?
Me, here.
Where are you? Speak.
Hello.
Stand up.
I'm from one of the Adele Fellows this year. My name is Izzy Fennick. I'm from New Zealand, and I'm the Chief Executive of a Climate Foundation. And I wanted to build on some of the comments that have been made around youth and hope and empowering youth, which is something we hear a lot. But my specific question is, how will we prioritize building that hope and empowering future generations?
And your answer is what, Izzy?
It's a question. I don't have...
No, but you need to have an answer as well.
Oh.
You need to have an answer to your own question.
My answer would be that we need to quantify the value of future generations feeling committed to something that is worth fighting for. So how do we quantify the value of future generations feeling like there is something that they can contribute to and the productive value that that will bring?
Do you think the political class, wherever we're looking at it, whichever country we're talking about, is capable of doing that?
I think there is a way to do that. I think no one is prioritising exploring what the value of future generations feeling like they can contribute meaningfully would cost an economy. Like, what is the value loss of future generations feeling like there is not a future worth continuing to fight for?
Thank you. All right, who's got the microphone next?
I have it. Hello.
Behind me.
Behind you. Yes, if we come back to the survey agenda that was from the beginning of this meeting, the big word was chaos. I cynically find some good on it because it is a wake-up call, and it will bring the focus on things that we have been discussing for many years, for instance, in Africa, talking about counting on its own force or regional integration. Now is the time, I think, to give meat to what cooperation and the Atlantic dialogue at large should be. Thank you.
Who's got the microphone next?
I have one here.
Where is me?
I am here. First row.
I can see you.
Great. But can you hear me?
I can.
Fantastic. So can I say something?
Yes.
Fantastic.
As long as it's not too long.
No, it's going to be very short. Actually, you are building something very interesting here, because we started lamenting the demise of multilateralism, and now we are getting to a place where everybody's saying, you know what? It's not a bad thing, because multilateralism actually never existed. Multilateralism has always been a geometry of power, has always been an asymmetry. So it's interesting to see that something is being built.
So an evolution here.
It is an evolution going in the direction that obviously in the beginning we were not suggesting to each other, since multilateralism was one of the main challenges, and how come we are kind of seeing it fade away.
Okay,
now
got
we are
the
saying
point.
that
Got the point.
It's gone.
Right.
Can
I
have the mic?
Oh my good
sorry.
Lord.
I am right here.
Go ahead then.
Oh, apologize.
You don't apologize.
Muslim Imani from South Africa. I think multilateralism is built on a set of values. If those values are trust, let me just take one. The dilemma is that COVID dealt a body blow to all of those issues. You have a generation of citizens all over the world who watched a universal disease, yet felt like they were left out in certain instances. There's a profound mistrust that has started to occur. And therefore, the question has raised a generation of citizens who are now fearful, worried about tomorrow, and are thinking to themselves, either we need strong men who are going to defend us, which is starting to occur in many of the African jurisdictions, or we need a sense of regionalism, which says that rather than me thinking about solving problems of the whole of the world, let me figure out how to solve problems in the region that I exist in. So I think if we're going to charter a new world, the question that we must debate is not to try and reclaim a world before COVID, is to write a world post-COVID. And that world post-COVID will require multilateralism built on a new set of values.
Thank you.
It can't be old.
Look at the microphone here.
Rabia Mukhtar, Policy Center for the New South and Texas A&M. You have a 1 week agenda, but I'm going to add one more reflection.
1 week.
For all of the ideas that has been floating around, which are all great. But I'd like to add one agenda item, which is a reflection. Let's all reflect. And more specifically, is the North ready to engage with the South as equal partner?
Thank you. All right. Please move the mic, lady here and then there. Don't touch it. Don't touch the microphone. Just speak into it.
You can hear me?
Yes?
Okay.
You're going to tell us who you
I
are.
want to answer your question on about Trump and Trumpism. He is a perfect example of a predatory state. He uses public office for private profit, and that's the kind of state we don't want either in a democracy or in an autocracy. We do not want predatory state. Instead, why don't we seriously consider what Matsukato said? We want the entrepreneurial state. A state that is not just to fix problems of the market, but to shape the problems, shape the market, invest in basic things for the public good. The public good meaning our welfare.
The trouble is, predatory states are run. Go ahead. Can you move the microphone to the gentleman over here? The trouble is, predatory states are run by people, and you're using the US president at the moment, who are democratically elected by a majority of people. Well, that's why I'm asking the question. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. Simon Jagelo. I'm from Forbes Africa, from Poland and Mauritania at the same time. I've been looking at the table you have been showing. We're talking about chaos, autocratism, but I think we have to reflect on what are the engines behind building this chaos. And I think one of the constituencies is disinformation. We live in an era of disinformation, and I think maybe this is some food for thought, that we need to tackle this issue, because disinformation is like changing governments. You're talking, Nick, about Slovakia and Hungary, and I think disinformation is a perfect example how they changed the government is disinformation.
And the Czech Republic. One last view, and then I'm afraid the red lights are up there, please.
I will be very, very brief, just to raise one very important thing, which is national interest. Every country is following its national interests. The difference is between the style and the tools which are used. And the first tool, of course, is power, economic, political, and so on. And second, multilateralism is there, and it has to stay with us. We have to look to successes like UNICEF, like International Civil Aviation, that many other organizations where multilateralism is working, and we cannot avoid multilateralism. So
Thank you.
It is there, it has to stay with us.
I have been charged, to use Karim's words, to extract juice from you over the last 45 minutes. And that's what I think we've done in a way which is a bit all over the place. But there is a trend, as we just picked out there, of where we're heading, of where we can address things. Hope requires addressing realism. There's no point saying it's a crisis. You've got to think in different ways. We call it creating new mind muscle. And what I suggest we've done in this first 45 minutes is create awareness and mind muscle and a direction of travel, incomplete. But that's what the sessions over the next 2 days are all about. So can I thank you enormously for helping me extract the juice. I apologize to those who've actually seen a microphone. It's been in their hands, but I haven't been able to get to you. But you can see the red lights, and we're running a little late. So thank you all very much indeed for your contributions, even if we've ended up with a concept of transactional supremacy to explain the leader of the Western world. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The next session will begin shortly. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The next session will begin shortly. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We will now start the first plenary session of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference entitled, Can Democracy Deliver in a Post-Trust World? Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Uruwaka Mimo, founder of Uruwaka Mimo Coaching and Consulting.
We always have to. Your hair in place.
Mine's special.
Good afternoon and welcome. It's a pleasure to see old friends and new faces. This first plenary session explores the question of whether democracy can deliver in a post-trust world. It continues from the previous session. It's my pleasure to be your moderator. And as always, at Atlantic Dialogues, we have a lineup of incredibly brilliant people offering their insights as our panelists. Here they are, all of them former foreign ministers, starting with Madam Susie Barbosa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Communities of Guinea-Bissau. Welcome. Next, we have Jorge Castañeda, former Foreign Minister of Mexico. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Paolo Gentiloni, former Prime Minister of Italy. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. So to get started, we'll take the pulse of the room. So please, before we do that, we will watch the video for the framing of our conversation.
Around the world, trust in democracy is fading. People are questioning their leaders, their institutions, and even the system itself. For many, the promises of equality, progress, and representation feel increasingly out of reach. As inequality keeps rising, divisions widen, and misinformation spreads faster than ever. In this moment of uncertainty, we ask a crucial question: can democracy still deliver in a world where trust is broken? From long-established democracies to those still finding their footing, societies are searching for new ways to reconnect with citizens, testing innovative tools for participation, embracing transparency, and rethinking how power is shared and decisions are made. Because democracy was never meant to stand still, it evolves through people's voices and their ability to hold institutions to account. How does declining trust manifest across established and emerging democracies? What institutional reforms have proven effective in rebuilding citizen confidence? How can civic participation and social innovation strengthen democratic resilience? To what extent can global cooperation mitigate the erosion of trust in democratic governance?
But what I'd like you to do now is to take out your phones and go to the AD Connect app. I have a question for you there. And the question is, how confident are you that democracy can reinvent itself to meet 21st century challenges? Okay, go to the app on your phone. It's not in the app. There it is. Not in yours. Some apps are not working. Okay. I think we have an answer, which is pessimism. We are not confident at all that democracy can reinvent itself to meet 21st century challenges. And so, panelists, I'll come to you. And I'll start. I think I'll start in Latin America, just because a Nobel Prize has gone to Venezuela, in the person of the opposition leader, whom we believe is in exile, Ms. Machado. Ms. Machado herself believes that President Trump should win a Nobel Prize. All sorts of contradictions in place. So tell us, how is the erosion of democracy and trust playing out in your region?
Well, it plays out in many ways, but very quickly, the democratic transitions that took place in Latin America in the 1980s and 1990s have begun to be coming to question in recent years. We have had an attempted coup to overturn an election in Brazil. We have the three traditional dictatorships now, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. We have a very authoritarian, undemocratic government in El Salvador. We have an authoritarian drift in Mexico, unquestionably, with an increasingly repressive authoritarian government there, and President Sheinbaum. And we have what we could call illiberal governments in several countries. We have an upcoming election this Sunday in Chile, where an extreme right-wing candidate seems certain to win by a large margin. So clearly there is an erosion. And the erosion is due partly to the fact that people expected these democratic transitions back then, not only to bring democracy, representative democracy, elections, freedoms, et cetera, but they expected this democracy to bring an improvement in living standards, health, education, housing, et cetera. And in most cases, they didn't. I think that's not what it's for. But many people, majorities, thought what democracy means is a better standard of living, better welfare. With a couple of exceptions. Even Chile, they didn't really get it. And so now this candidate who's going to win on Sunday, was a clear supporter of Augusto Pinochet, the Chilean dictator who ran the country for 17 years.
Thank you. Ms. Barbosa, I'll come to you. Just because Jorge mentioned coups, and you come from West Africa, from Guinea-Bissau. So give us an insight into what's happening in your country and your wider region.
Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. Exactly, I'm coming from Guinea-Bissau, from the ECOWAS. Guinea-Bissau, as you may know, just had a coup d'etat 2 weeks ago, approximately. And it's something that has been happening very often in the ECOWAS region. At the moment, we have 5 countries in transition, 5 countries that had coup d'etats. And even though it makes me think that maybe democracy is not the best solution, I don't find another solution for us. Maybe what should happen is that democracy should be readapted to our realities, because most of our countries have models that have been introduced through the influence of outside. Maybe what we should try and have in our countries is a democracy adapted to our realities, adapted to our days, and especially adapted to the conditions of our life and what our population wants, not from the inputs of outside.
I'll come back to you, just to take you back, because you've taken us into solutions. But for people watching West Africa, it would seem strange that all of a sudden, well, maybe not all of a sudden, but the spate of coups over the last 2 years, that's not a coincidence, is it?
Well, I'd say it's not a coincidence, maybe because the solutions were not effective to prevent new coup d'etats. They've been multiplying. Because if that happened in one country, in a second country, in a third, and now to a 5th country, this week that it had been even a 6th country, because we had an attempt in Benin, which fortunately it could be prevented. But as I said, we don't know if it's something permanent, because if there was a coup attempt, maybe it will be another one. Maybe what's failing is really that the system we are using in these countries is not the one the population really wants. As I say, for me, democracy is still the best solution because it has shown to be the one that is inclusive, but maybe democracy should be adapted to the reality of nowadays, to the reality of our countries, because most of our countries, especially the ECOWAS countries that I speak about, have lots of influence from outside, and many times this does not reflect really what the population wants. When I say the population, I say really the youth, because nowadays the majority of our population is youth, and they want changes. So, and there's a lot of disinformation, lots of fake news, and this causes lots of problems even for the government. So I think it would be important to sit, have a conversation, internal conversation, and have a democracy adapted to our own reality.
Thank you. Mr. Gentiloni, I come to you now for your perspective from Italy and Europe. How is the erosion of democracy and trust playing out?
Well, democracies are there. I don't think they will fall in any way in Europe in the near future. Of course, we should remember the fact that this was not always obvious. In the previous century, we had a flourishing of democracies in Europe after having had dictatorship, fascist dictatorship in some countries, and then communist dictatorships in other countries. Now, overall, we have democracies. Are these democracies also backsliding? Is there an erosion? Yes. Also in Europe, I think there is an erosion. Why? I would mention three reasons. First, the economy. As you mentioned before, of course, we had this, the idea that prosperity and democracy were mandatory, a mandatory connection. You have democracy, you can have prosperity. Without democracy, you can't have prosperity. And this is no more true, at least not now in the global level. Second, we have identity policies, very strong now, also because of the fact that the identity policy number one is coming from the US. And so those that in Europe are stressing for nationalism, protectionism, hate towards migrants, have a very big friend in the US. And the third reason I would mention of this erosion, which is also European, is the eruption of the artificial intelligence in the social media. I like a quote of an essayist, Anne Applebaum, that wrote that we have always had different opinions, but now we have different facts. And this is what we are facing through this mix between AI and social media. People are confronted with different facts. So there is an erosion also in Europe, but I hope that the pessimism that I saw in the survey at the beginning is something that we have to change, because if we are not optimists, if we're not supporting our democracies, we are going nowhere, in my view.
What factors are supporting resilience in your part of the world, in Europe, in your country?
Well, I think very simply that the famous Winston Churchill sentence, democracy is the worst form of government except all the others, is rather popular in our countries. That we see, of course, the problems, we see the difficulties, also economically, the globalization created a lot of discontent among the middle class, also in rich countries, in Italy, in Germany, in several European countries. So we see the weaknesses, but I think we appreciate the fact that this is the only way we can have success. So independence of the judiciary, free elections, free media, rule of law. How can you have success in for individuals without these things? How can you be I like what Karim said at the start of our meeting, we are a reasonable place. How can you be a reasonable place without democracy?
Jorge, I'll come to you because you outlined the reasons for the erosion of trust in Latin America, but what are the bulwarks against it?
Well, there's first civil society and the different forces that came together in the 80s and 90s to do away with the previous dictatorships. Unlike Europe, we did away with them more recently than Europe, but perhaps a bit later, before the countries in Africa did. And those forces are still present. Political parties, the media, civil society, etc.
There's an institutional memory of sorts.
There is still some support, a lot of support in many countries. The interesting example for it is Brazil, where there was an attempt at a coup, clearly to overturn an election and a military coup, and Brazilian institutions resisted and eventually came to throw the sponsor of the attempted coup in jail, where he is now, and he will stay for a long time. A second factor, which was important in Brazil and in other countries, but now it comes into question, is the international factor. In other words, that if you destroy democratic institutions in a given country, you will get into trouble with other countries, your neighbors, the big guys, the rich guys, etc. This was clearly true in Brazil in 2022, particularly with the United States, that made a very important effort to stop the Brazilian military from following Bolsonaro. Today, I don't think we can count on the Americans anymore for something like that. They said so in the National Security Strategy document that was just published. This is not their business anymore, even if it ever was. And in general, the international factor is important, although right now it's weakening. And thirdly, that in spite of everything, a bit like in Europe, many people in Latin America, not everywhere, have become accustomed to having elections, having a free press, having some sort of rule of law, etc. And they prefer that to the alternative, except where there is a real issue of violence, insecurity, crime, and delinquency. And that is what happened, for example, in El Salvador, where people decided that they're very happy with a guy who throws 1 or 2% of the people in jail. So a lot of people think about it in Morocco or think about it in Italy, 2% of all Italians in jail. What would that look like?
Huge.
Huge.
I'll come to the audience in a minute for your own opinions on how we rebuild trust. But Ms. Barbosa, I'd like to ask you the same question. You've outlined the spate of coups in West Africa. But what resilience factors exist?
Well, first of all, I think that the best way of recovering trust is by action, concrete action, by having goals, having transparent policy, not by promises. And many times what happens is, and I'm speaking always about my region, we have lots of empty promises that don't take us to any place. But I think nowadays, and especially with the social media, that does not always help. The youth has realized that they can make the difference, and they've been making it. The only problem is that, unfortunately, with the AI and other sources of disinformation, they're not having the clear reality of things. Because nowadays, even when we receive information from the media, from experts, we tend to think, is it true? Most of us are confronted with this situation. But I think the best way of recovering trust is by concrete actions, and especially...
Can I interrupt you for a minute? Of course. Because you've moved into solutions, and I'm curious about what's happening on the ground in West Africa, how people are pushing back, if at all, against the erosion of trust and democracy. We know that the coup in Benin was thwarted with support from Nigeria and France. And I believe there was also international support for thwarting the coup in Guinea-Bissau. But what's happening?
In Guinea-Bissau, there was no support, no international support. We realized there was in Benin. Maybe they thought it was a different situation. But the thing is, the population itself using their own means. Each one of these youth, I always speak about youth because they are the majority. They represent more than 65% of our population. So they are the ones who really take decisions in our region. They're using the social media as their weapon, as their way of making be heard. So most of these people that are not happy with the situation, they don't have a voice or they cannot be heard, they use the social media to be heard. But once again, we have to be sure that what we see and read in the social media is the reality. And nowadays we're confronted with many fake news that many times coming from what should be real media or a media that should be really confident, but it doesn't happen. And so this is one of the biggest challenges we're going to have real truth coming from the media, from the experts, and finding which is the best solution for our own country.
I'm struggling hard to restrain myself because I'm a recovering journalist. But audience, I'll come to you to ask you a question, which is this. What do you think, if you take out your phones and your AD, go to AD Connect, which I hope has caught up for everybody now, what is the single most important ingredient for rebuilding trust? Yeah? What is the single most important ingredient for rebuilding trust? Trust? Oh.
Which is?
Education.
Honesty.
Honesty. Transparency. Accountability. Thank you. So, panelists, I'll ask you, actually what I'll do is I'll come to the audience to engage with you because you have all been in government.
Yes.
I'm sure I'm not the only one here who's cynical about government and politicians and ministers and their ability to be transparent, accountable, and honest. And so having primed the audience, I will now open the floor for their questions. Please keep that up so that we can refer to it. So any questions? I will start, I will start with the gentleman right there. And we'll take 3 questions and allow the panel to respond to them and then come back. So go ahead. Please introduce yourself and make your questions short because we're running against time. Microphone, his microphone is not on and we can't hear him? No.
No.
Okay, so why don't we come to this section? Let's see if the microphone there is working.
It's working.
Oh, it's working now, okay.
My name is Vasco Riani. I'm an emerging leader of the Atlantic Dialogues, and I work in a social media company. So very interesting to hear everything that was mentioned.
Which social media company?
Meta. But I'm here in personal capacity and as an Aspen fellow. But I welcome the reaction. I was struck by the fact that none of the bulwarks mentioned, none of the resilient elements mentioned was traditional media, let's say established media. I think that was mentioned as actually a problem where it's abdicated its role of filter and its role of keeping the public informed. That's my first comment. And my second comment, very quickly, is my word was honesty. Honesty not so much in the wording, but in intentions and in practical policies that are applied. So I think the action is how can honest policy translate not just into proclamations. We have seen that when politicians are honest about the shortcomings of globalization, the shortcomings of the institutions, we talk about loss of trust in institutions, but we see that politicians who are successful are the ones who acknowledge that the failures and the misgivings. What we're missing is a step of politicians who implement those policies successfully.
Thank you.
Marcus Freitas from the Policy Center. My point is this, and that's the question I have. I think that over the last decades, we have, because of Reagan too, always affirmed that government is the problem. So if the government is the problem, the politicians are the troublemakers. And how can we restore trust if we do not restore confidence in the politicians, respect for the politicians? And the issue we have is that by changing politicians every 4 years, we basically put societies, we polarize societies every 4 years, and we expect any kind of joint resolution to come as a result. So I think that the challenge we face is this. Do democracies need to have curators? How can we ensure that the system really provides respectability for the politicians and we trust governments, because that's the fundamental thing.
Time.
Thank you.
And so if we could go to the gentleman behind me. Thank you.
So, thank you. I think we need to really question the very erosion of trust, epistemologically, especially if we add two different prefixes to the same word, distrust and mistrust. For many people, they mean the same thing, the erosion of trust. But distrust is coming from past failures, disappointments from experiencing something. And mistrust is coming, it's instinctual. You did not try something, but you don't have trust in it. And if we look at this global south, it is the incarnation of both. You'll find some countries who have tried this democracy, but the same democracy brought autocrats. And in the same global south, you'll find what would look like as an autocracy for some, but it is an autocracy that delivers. Shouldn't we really look for an alternative, some hybrid approach that will live up to the expectation of the citizens? And this will take me to the discussion before about transactionalism.
Sorry, no, I'll stop you because look, you've got the clock right in front of you, and there are other hands up. Thank you so very much. I'll put that to you. And I think, Ms. Barbosa, you had started talking about adaptive democracies. And so please respond to the gentleman's point, and then I'll come back to the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you once again. What I would like to say that many times we responsibilize the politicians, but we are the ones who choose these politicians, and we have the opportunity of choosing the politicians we want, and we are the ones who are going to evaluate them in the next elections. But many times the choices of the population are the ones that bring these consequences. But I think when I said that maybe democracy should be adapted to our realities is by using new mechanisms of controlling this democracy, by maybe reducing the time in power, which is not what's happening in Africa. Most of the terms are being, instead of 5 years, they want to put it for 7 years. So,
but that brings us to Marcus's point, that how do you change administrations often and then expect that there is enough time for trust to be built, to be cultivated?
But if you don't change them, then you'll not have democracy.
Okay. Jorge, I'll come to you. There were several questions there, and I'll leave you to respond as you see fit.
Well, the first point I'd make is that the only thing that's worse than professional politicians are unprofessional politicians.
It's true.
I'd much rather have a professional one than an unprofessional one. That is not an easy sell to societies that are cynical, that are mistrustful or distrustful. But that's a fact of life. Yes, in democracy, you change governments. That's the whole point. Mm-hmm. That if a government doesn't deliver what people expect, you throw them out and you get new guys. We in Mexico, remember, we lived through 70-odd years of a benign one-party system. The chaos of changing parties and changing governments and changing people is far preferable, even if the autocrats sometimes deliver the goods better. it's a question of education, but of political education, for people to understand and for governments to explain this, that yes, it's very complicated and messy to have elections, to throw guys out, to get new guys in who are not very experienced, etc. Yeah, that's better than the contrary.
Paolo, please come in and reflect also on honesty, transparency, and accountability. These are the words that stood out from the audience and when I asked them the question about trust.
Well, I think that transparency, honesty, accountability should be preliminary for politicians in democracies. They are not, of course, in authoritarian regimes where the opposite is normal. Corruption, exporting of corruption. So this should be normal in democracies. It is not. And it has been one of the reasons of the mistrust in recent times. My second point would be, in the 80s and 90s, as you said, we had the idea to try to solve this problem, reducing the role of the public intervention, the role of politics, the role of the state. Read my lips was Ronald Reagan's message. But this, forget it. What is happening now is completely the opposite. So we have a very strong role of state actors in the economy all over the world. Dictatorship, democracies, rich countries, middle-income countries. So the future of politics is essential for everyone. There is not an answer, reduce the role of politics. The problem is have a better policy, professional if possible, less fragmented. What is terrible in my view is that now in several democracies, you can't decide anything because politicians are fighting on everything continuously. The problem is not the fact that you have new leaders every 4 years, every 5 years. This is normal. The problem is if there is fragmentation and you can't decide nothing, at a certain point someone will say, okay, democracy is not the best way.
Okay, so we have about 4 minutes to go, and I'm going to try and squeeze in 1 or 2 more questions. Do we have any? There we go. The lady, yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Nuzha Shkroni, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. The question of youth has been raised since this morning, and I fully recognize its importance. But my question, do you think that bringing youth is enough to resolve the erosion of democratic, or should we go deeper to understand exactly what are the profound reasons for the failures?
Youth. Speaking of youth, there's a young lady right at the back. Please stand so we can see you. There we go. Right. And ask your question, and that will be the final question.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lula Debrahanu. I'm an Adele Fellow from Ethiopia. So I'm struggling with this idea of adopting democracy to country contexts. And I'm wondering whether, because I would assume the process wouldn't be straightforward, whether that adoption process in and of itself would be undemocratic.
Thank you. So, panelists, please respond to that. And I suspect I've got to ask you to start making your closing remarks as well. But go ahead.
Well, in response to this last question, the young lady from Ethiopia, I tend to share her skepticism. I don't like the idea of adapting representative democracy to local conditions, local traditions, etc. We've lived through that in many places in the world. This is essentially the Chinese stance today in the world. China basically says we have our own type of democracy. It's none of your damn business. If you don't like it, this is the way we are. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that the Chinese people have really had an opportunity to say in whether that's the way they really are. I know countries in Latin America where that has not happened. Typical traditional cases are Venezuela and Cuba. They will all say, well, this is the way Cubans are. Who asked them?
Thank you very much. You've been talking about young people, so please respond to
exactly. The reality of America is completely different from the reality of Africa. And this is why maybe for those who know the reality of what's happening now in ECOWAS, maybe they'll understand what I'm saying. Most of our countries have this democracy model, most of them imported from the Western country, which does not correspond to our reality. And maybe this is the reason why we say, how can you have 5 countries at the moment with coup d'etats in transition? Maybe because we don't feel represented by this system. And once again, I say, for me, democracy is the best model to govern. But it's not a democracy imposed. It has to be according to this new youth, to our population, because we have our own reality. So for me, it's democracy, but I cannot have the same democracy they have in the United States. Because for me, for example, the democracy in the United States is not perfect. Not at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So look, we're out of time, but what I do want to do is to check if we've convinced you of anything through this conversation. And so please take out your devices, go to AD Connect. And the question you're answering now is, after this conversation, has your confidence in democracy increased, decreased, or stayed the same? Oh, wow.
That's fine. That's the way it should be.
Well, at least it did
After
not
this
decrease.
conversation, has your confidence in democracy increased, decreased, or stayed the same? This is a tough crowd. I think we're all battered and bruised and traumatized by recent world events. And so panelists, Susie Barbosa, Jorge Castaneda, and Paolo Gentiloni, thank you so very much for your time.
Panelists are asked to remain on stage for a group photo.
So it's slightly increased, no?
But it stayed the same. Okay, they would like us for a group photo. It was a tough crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The next session, Navigating the Future of Learning and Work, Policy and Practice, will begin in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The next session, Navigating the Future of Learning and Work, Policy and Practice, will begin in just a moment. Udua Camimo, the floor is yours.
Ça va, sinon? Tu me disais?
Ah là là.
Ça fait...
Ne me faites pas être en retard.
Ça va, ça va, Galki, pas de problème? Ok, ok. De toute façon, ils ont leur référentiel, leur truc, etc. Ok.
The microphone is not on. Is it on now? No.
Oui.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. My microphone. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am still with you for the next session. If you could settle down, please. And so this conversation has to do with the future of learning and work, policy and practice. We know the challenges, and so today's conversation focuses on identifying. I can hear people talking behind me. We would like to get started for the next session. Excuse me? Excuse me? Thank you. Excuse me? Thank you. Excuse me? Thank you. So we'll get started. We're having a second conversation. I would love for your attention for this conversation. It's an important one. And what we're trying to do with our panelists is to identify concrete and feasible solutions to future-proof learning systems in the age of AI. And so I'll invite our panelists to the stage. We have Jacques Attali, who's the president of Attali Associates. And we have Younes Sekouri, who's the Minister of Economic Inclusion, Small Business, Employment and Skills of Morocco. Welcome. So this is a short, sharp, and sweet conversation, no questions asked. To guide our conversation, let's watch this video. Okay. My apologies, there's no video. We'll begin by grounding ourselves in the core redesigns required. And I'll start with you, Minister Sekouri, just because you hold the policy docket for economic inclusion and employment. If you had to identify one fundamental redesign required for today's learning systems to cope with AI-driven disruption, what would it be and why?
Well, thank you for your question, and I'm very honored and delighted to take part of this important session with Mr. Jacques Attali. And I'd like to thank the Atlantic Dialogue's organizers. Well, I don't think that the question is about identifying what specific skill is necessary. I think that the question is whether do we have, as a collectivity, as a collective system, the capacity to implement reforms that will enable our schools, our educators, the private sector, the institutions, to make the right designs that would cope with every stage that the future requires. Of course, the latest reports, we talk about maybe 4 or 5 major skills that are needed. Human-centric skills that AI may not replace. Curiosity is difficult to replace. Empathy is difficult to replace. Ingenuity is difficult to replace. Critical thinking is difficult to replace. AI-driven skills, of course, are necessary. The capacity to use AI tools and technology in order to drive innovation is important. But I think that the way we invest in our human capital does not give us. We don't have the infrastructure of decision that is necessary for our private sector, for our public sector, for our NGOs to work together from the pre-elementary school and pursue the change.
Okay, so carrying on from the previous panel conversation, education came up. And it sounds like what I'm hearing from you is that our education systems need to be redesigned or optimized to elevate or to amplify our humanity, which AI cannot do.
Well, we need to design or to be aware of the split of the frontier, of the border between the areas where investments will have return and other areas where maybe the return will be much less. If you want to invest in AI-driven economies, you have maybe 4 levels of transformations that can be, to which societies can be exposed. The first one is things on which AI will have maybe not enough impact. The second, where AI will be there to assist, it's an assistance level for the transformation. The third one is where humans, where AI will lead and humans will foresee. And the third one where AI will be really disruptive, definitely. But the question is that the institutional design that we have, the way we provide budget, the way we organize the rules, the responsibilities, the roles between the public sector, between the private sector, and between the third sector, which is NGOs, does not have, let's say, enough, there is no conducive environment for these three to work together on a sustainable way. So if you have the human-centric skills, you need to have a design a strategy for that. But you also have business skills, you have green and sustainable skills that are necessary today. If you see the competitiveness that you have in so many sectors, car industry, aeronautics, and others, where huge investments are happening. The way we design our curricula today in vocational training, in our universities, we can't design them on a standalone basis. We need to design them with these corporations because they provide knowledge more than the school or the external systems can do. So bridging the gap between the policy and the practice is finding new partnerships with those who provide knowledge in order to have part of the trainings, part of the learning curve that is implemented with them and sometimes within the premises. And the question was, who is going to fund this effort is critical because there is some extent after which companies and corporations cannot step on.
Thank you. Mr. Atali, I'll come to you because you have varied experience across policy, governance, and enterprise. And so Yunus talks about bridging the gap. From your perspective, how do we bridge the gap, ensuring that we are both future ready, but also ensuring that we are, as he pointed out, transferring the skills of curiosity, empathy, and other human-centric expertise?
Well, first I want to say that AI is fascinating, and I may say something later, but it has nothing to do with the questions we discuss here. Inequalities is growing. It's an amazing situation. 1% of the world population own 50% of the world wealth, while 50% of the world population owns 1% of the wealth. Don't speak about AI when you have 1 billion people living in slums, worse than slums, 3 billion living in quasi-slums, 2 billion with no water, etc., including, if I may add, the fact that the women are having much less than men, even in the best or worst situation. Therefore, we are in a period where historically the inequalities has never been as large and increasing. The real solution should be global. We could dream of a global tax which cannot be implemented if it's not really global at a world level, because if not at a world level, wealthy people will fly away, which is totally utopian. But we have to think that these inequalities, which is more and more visible because of networks and transparency, is creating a revolutionary situation everywhere, everywhere. People cannot accept when they have dreams, when the whole of the media propose them dreams through publicity, advertising, whatever kind of movies, and their dreams are totally limited by realities. Therefore, it's worse than ever in a much more fragile situation worldwide. And if I have to make a forecast, I would say a revolution is coming. And it's a very bad revolution because it's not a revolution like the American one or the French one, which has an agenda for after the revolution. It's an agenda, it's a revolution with no agenda, dark age. Because the challenges are very hard. It's very hard to say how to fix this difficult situation. The minimum that could be done and should be aimed at is creating enough social mobility to let people have a chance to achieve what they have in mind, their dreams. And education should propose that. I give you a means to do whatever you want to do. It's not true at all, nowhere. People dream and they don't have a chance to do it, except in some very specific situation, and we know all this wonderful success story from people coming from poor background and having amazing success. But this is the most important thing to do. Help people get out of the trap of poverty and realizing their dreams. And there, I would say two things rapidly. One, I think the whole of the education system is dead. School is not able to do it. School is teaching the past while people have to learn the future. We are in the first generation where people don't know what kind of jobs they have. What they learn at school will not be useful for the future, because 90% of the jobs in 20 years do not exist today, except poor jobs, jobs of poors, farmers, which is going to be, by the way, a very smart jobs in the future. It has to be. But when I think the school system is dead, it's made possible that school is a parenthesis, is human history of transmission of knowledge.
I'm going to interrupt.
And then I think the AI there can play a role.
I'm going to, well, thank you for that. You talk a lot about social inequality, and that message lands, particularly when we're talking about the erosion of democracy and various others. But what about technological inequality? You've told us that the school system is dead. That people are preparing themselves for jobs that will not exist. So how then do we mitigate against that?
No, it's part of the global inequalities. The wealthy people have a means to give to their children whatever they need in terms of technology, which is not the kind of what people can do when they are living in slums or no water or 100 miles or 10 miles to go to school. That's the key. Infrastructure is more important than anything else to permit to people to have access to that. Technology can be, for the moment, technology is a problem because it increases inequalities. But technology can be part of the solution. Because let's take Africa. It is true that one of the rare positive news of the past is that at the beginning of the 20th century, only 20 million people in the world could read and write. 20 millions. That's not a lot. Today, we may say that's the case of 6, close to 7 billion people. But my bet is that this number is going to go down, because the quality of education in Africa, in India, in Latin America is collapsing. And then we need to invent something totally different. It's where technology can appear. We can use technology, and it's beginning to appear to give access to education to a lot of young people. You mentioned a lot of qualities which are needed. I would add one, which is, in my view, the most fundamental quality, which is grit. I think in Arabic it said nia. In French we say lagnac, which is the will to succeed. Can we teach the grit? A lot of people have it from scratch. But I think if you can teach that, which means the capacity to resist to failure, the capacity, and in order to have a real grit, you need to have something else, which is a goal. What do you want to be? If you can teach grit and goal, then we can help people get out of the trap.
I was listening to a news story this morning, actually 2 pieces of information. One, a speaker elsewhere, I think at Oxford University, talking about education systems that fail to transfer these mindsets that you speak about, where high school students in some countries are taught to create jobs as opposed to, waiting for jobs that will not exist in a couple of years. So that's one. And then the other was listening to domestic British news and hearing about their attempts to integrate artificial intelligence within the education system, which for some people was a gain, in the sense that teachers are able to do more, to be more available to students who need access to them. Students were missing out on the human touch. Teachers were overwhelmed with the number of people who needed their physical presence and engagement, but welcomed the assistance with their heavy load. And so we're all feeling our way through this AI digital world. But listening to that, particularly what Mr. Italia said about grit and goals, what comes to mind? What emerges for you?
Well, thank you for the question. You know, what happens in a career's life is what we call the big scattering. You spend the first 20 years of your life within a social system that is called school, university, high school, or whatever. It's a system that supports you in terms of tools, social connections, the time you spend at school and with your friends and colleagues, either studying or doing sports or going out, is very important. But once you graduate, if it happens that you graduate on time, then you find yourself, you move from that supportive system to something different. You become a narrow-scale person. Your impact is within a finite number of people. If you work somewhere, you work maybe with 10, 20, 30, I don't know what's your reach. So theoretically, you're asked to build your own social system, your connections, to design, redesign, identify, re-identify your goals or whatever, and to build a path. So either you've had the opportunity before the big scattering to exercise, to go through experiments,
to practice in a safe environment.
Practice in a safe environment where you have the right to learn, to fail, and to grow. But if the educational system has provided you with these tools, with this infrastructure, then maybe you're prepared. If technology can do something, then welcome. But if not, it's not maybe the most important. So this is why NIA, l'ANIAC, ou autre, is this synthesis of what your scripts tell you, and the way you decide on the future steps of your life. But I think that more than that, this responsibility cannot be kept solely on a personal level or at the organization level. It's much more than that. It's a matter of humanity and of society. So my question, that has maybe multiple answers, but no single answer is really maybe the good one, is how can we work collectively as governments, private sector, civil society, to offer, to create space for those who do not have the tools from their families, from their direct environment, to build something that will help them save their own path. This is maybe, from a policy perspective, what is missing, what is difficult, and I find no particular answer or successful story worldwide.
Well, we always have to look at the benchmark. The two best countries in the world today in terms of education and answering to questions are Japan and Finland. And we have learned a lot to learn from them on many dimensions. But if I have to answer to your questions in a nutshell, I would say it is the potential nightmare is that people will learn nothing. Imagine, with a telephone, you don't need to read because the machine can read for you on your text on the machine. You don't need to write because you can speak and the machine write for you. You don't need to compute because the machine compute for you. You don't even need to know foreign languages because the machine translates. And you need nothing. You ask a question and ChatGPT or whatever in the future will do it for you. Then you need nothing. That's the end of mankind. If 6 or 7 billion people know nothing because they rely on machine to do it. That's the end. In order to master that and not to be dependent on the people who will invent the next machines, and I know what kind of next machine is coming, it will be a nightmare if I go on that.
What next machine is coming?
Telepathy.
Telepathy?
Yeah. So you can speak to your phone only by brain, which is good for tetraplegic people, but will go much further than that. It's a matter of 5 to 10 years to do that. But I think if there is something which is fundamental and can go through any kind of social division, is science. I think you don't need to have a cultural background to learn mathematics. You don't need to have cultural background to be an engineer. And what is the core of a nation is science and mathematics. Look at what are the best nations in the future. If you want to know that, look at the number of engineers we have on a yearly basis and their capacity to keep them and not to train them for other countries, which
I
is
think the
another
scientists
challenge.
would be pleased to hear that, but I'll push back against you, and this is what you've been telling us. Humanity, the skills of humanity, the curiosity, the empathy, the relational capital, and I think Karim set the stage for that, trust, how we engage with each other. Isn't that part of why we are where we are in the world today? Because we've lost the capacity to engage with each other.
Absolutely. Altruism is fundamental. And the most fundamental altruism is the altruism in favor of next generations. That you can learn from different, and Finland is wonderful in teaching altruism at school. It's amazing. But if there is something I will really stress is the development of teaching science. Science is not something you should be thinking, it's not for me, I cannot. It's not true. If it's well taught, science is for everybody, and a nation which has not enough engineers is a slave in the world of tomorrow.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of our conversation, and I'm going to ask each of you a question, which is if you could ask governments to commit to one actionable policy change in the next 12 months to future-proof learning systems, what would it be?
If I have to say, first, I would say to put quota in its classes where you mix different social groups. Not to have classes for wealthy people and schools for poor people, which is an hypocrisy because schools for poor people are not the same level. Mix, and even if rich people try to circumvent it and have their own schools, forget it. Forbid it and try really to have quotas of social classes in all schools. It will never happen.
Well, I think if I would ask a government to do something, is to move from the political consensus to a democratic compromise. We need to put aside ideology. We need to put aside frictions and oppositions when we discuss major reforms on education, so that the whole nation can move on one single direction and we don't lose time. Because time is the killing point for the reforms that are needed. And the more time we spend discussing, rediscussing, reinventing the wheel, is a time that is at the expense of the future and next generations. I think this is critical. We need to let the experts talk, and we need to listen to the society as it is, not as the way we want to reframe it in a very different model that is very different from the one the society lives in. And I think that this is very critical, and this will make a lot of reforms be effective. I've been in one of them, the social dialogue on education in Morocco, and I can tell you, we had 100,000 people in the streets. And politically, the risk was very high because we could have 10 million people in the streets. And with 10 million people in the streets, a government is dismissed or dismisses itself. So we have to understand that reform in education is the major political risk for any government. So putting ideology aside, working on core issues like the ones we've been discussing, of course in 30 minutes we cannot entail the whole topic, is critical for the next generations.
Look, thank you very much for your insights. This is a topic close to my heart, and it was short. We can speak offline later, but Jacques Attali, President Attali Associates, and Younes Sekuri, Minister of Economic Inclusion in Morocco, thank you very much for your time and your insights today. You've been most generous. Thank you.
Panelists are asked to remain on stage for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a coffee break at the lounge area.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin now. Ladies and gentlemen, the session about Morocco's commitment to the Atlantic will now begin. Translation is available. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 2 is for French, Channel 3 is for Arabic, and Channel 4 is for Spanish. Please welcome to the stage the moderator of this conversation, Khadija Ihsan, journalist and TV presenter at Median TV.
Good afternoon. As we move into this very interesting conversation, we shift from describing Morocco's Atlantic ambition to questioning what it truly means for the next architecture of the world. The Atlantic today isn't merely reopening old routes. It's reshaping power, redistributing opportunity, and definitely reconnecting people and continents. Morocco's Atlantic vision is, at its core, a bold exercise in geoeconomic design. Why Morocco? Well, a very famous British rock and roll band said it best. The mighty arms of the heavens, of Atlas, hold the heavens from earth. No Led Zeppelin fans in the room today. So, yeah, so that name, Atlas, that lent this name to the Atlantic Ocean. I tell you, it's no coincidence why it's Morocco. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and pleasure to call on stage my very distinguished speakers for this session. I first call Mr. Ambassador of the Kingdom of Morocco to the United States of America, Mr. Youssef Amrani. And it's also my pleasure to call on stage former Foreign Affairs Minister of Portugal and member of the Académie du Royaume, Mr. Paulo Portas.
Okay.
Okay. So let me begin with a foundational question, Ambassador Amrani. Which priorities are truly reshaping Morocco's Atlantic posture, and what are their transformative effects across the continent, Africa?
Well, thank you. Very happy to be here with friends. He's taking pictures, starting. Paolo, you're not allowed to do so. Listen, I think that Mr. Inawi was saying at the beginning that when we started working in the Atlantic dialogues in 2012, the world was different. Mm-hmm. Indeed, because today power is shifting, and And in this context, complicated context, clarity becomes a priority. And this is exactly the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI towards the Atlantic Initiative and Atlantic region. Because the concept was clear. We cannot build up coherent regional schemes with outdated tools. And always, I see him here, my friend and colleague and advisor of His Majesty Azoulay was always saying, history is knocking at our doors. Whether we are at the level of the expectation and ambitions of our people or we are failing. So today, I think the proposed vision of His Majesty is a framework that structures order, that structures stability, connectivity, and opportunity. These are the 4 I's: inclusion, innovation, integration, and last one, I forgot, in-how to come later on. So today, before discussing or responding to your question about the project and the importance and of the initiative, I will say that stability is important today. Without stability, we are moving nowhere. Look at the situation in the Sahel. How is it? The situation in the Maghreb, in Libya, and elsewhere. And I will say the most important shift, and I know, Paulo, you will talk about it, is the last resolution of the United Nations on the Sahara issue. Not only it brings stability, it is conformity with the international legality, but it helps to move forward in the settlement of the issue, placing the autonomy initiative as the only solution to move forward. Now, as far as your, you want me to talk about the project?
Exactly, and transformative assets for Africa.
Africa. I would be very brief because I know you won't always be brief, otherwise you would interrupt me. The first project...
I would. Very diplomatically, at
least.
No,
the first project, I call it the Dakhla Sahel Atlantic Corridor. This is, I think, something strategic, not only to face the situation of instability in the Sahel, but to give access to the Atlantic to the Sahel countries, to do business, to export their critical minerals, to import, and this, I think, it's a very important element and tool to these landlocked countries. The other second project which is important is the Dakhla Atlantic Port, and the third one is the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipelines, and the future energy routes between the north and the south. What is important, and I would like to say that, it is about connecting people and networks, energy. Sometimes we forget also about building bridges between people and cultures. It's also important. It is good to connect gas networks, agriculture, it's there, but I will just give an example with 2 people sitting there. One is about the Gnawa Festival. It's about connecting the Africa with the North. And the second one, in 2 weeks, we have the African football here. This is soft power. It's important that we play together, but we plan together for the future, and we work together.
Yeah, and we will get back to this role that Morocco has been historically playing, like connecting Europe to Africa to also the rest of the world. But before, first of all, congratulations, Mr. Portas, for your nomination as a member of the Académie du Royaume. Very recent nomination, so congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for His Majesty.
So before asking my question, I know that you have a tribute to pay to someone or to an institution.
Sorry?
So before we got started, you mentioned a certain tribute to an institution.
It's first of all, thank you very much to again the Atlantic Dialogues. That means we don't change geography and we don't change history. The only 2 things that don't change when everything changes around you. Okay? So we are Atlantic. Not only, but mainly Atlantic. So I want to pay tribute to the American diplomacy with consistency, persistency, and smart moves. 2025 was more or less the golden year of Morocco diplomacy. Why? Because in a world of uncertainty, in a world of surprises, in a world of that confuses diplomacy with reality shows, Morocco solved politically and diplomatically the Sahara question. And this was a persistent effort of diplomacy without coercion, without threats, with soft power, enlarging consensus and reducing hostilities. You had the change on the Spanish position, the change on the French position, the change on the UK position, the change on the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium position, namely Netherlands and Luxembourg. Portugal didn't change, just reaffirmed, because we never had a pro-Polisario branch in our internal politics, relevant. And it was unexpected how in 2025 the Security Council of the United Nations, that is 90% deadlocked by double vetoes, approved the resolution that considers the autonomy plan of Morocco the only viable solution and mentions in precise words that the autonomy of Sahara will be conducted under Moroccan sovereignty. It's a big achievement. Mainly in this world. That means that all problems are solved? No. But this was a major. And by the way, I was impressed by the talent to get an abstention of Russia. That also means that they can't make 5 wars at the same time, okay? So, this said about the relevance of, there is another shift on the shift, or if you want, confirmation, reinforcement of the Morocco policy. Morocco is back to Africa, or as a renewed and even more relevant African external policy. And that was a big change some years ago. If you go from Rabat to, I travel by professional and academic reasons, I have to travel through Africa every month. If you go to, at least, and I'm being pessimistic, if you go from Rabat to Abidjan, you may watch immediately the influence of Morocco. The banks of Morocco, the insurance companies of Morocco, the infrastructure companies of Morocco, the cultural exchanges with Morocco. So Morocco has a traditional good relation with the United States, and maybe we can discuss why it's so relevant. It has a natural proximity with Europe, and it's now, I remember, I was impressed with the number of votes that reintegrated Morocco in African Union. Yeah. 42 supporters in 54. And it's back to reality in a way. Morocco acts as a regional power in Africa. And that's a good change, in my opinion, because stability matters.
Yes.
And you're not living an era of big stability, neither internationally nor in Africa. As Youssef remembered, one should be worried with now 10 attempts of coup d'etat in Africa in the last 4 years. It's not a progress, because it's reducing the basic meaning of democracy is institutions. When you destroy institutions, when you remove institutions, sooner or later you have chaos. And Morocco is a critical country for stability. Just pay attention to the Maghreb or to the continent.
Let me step in here, Mr. Portas, to also, because you said that two things don't change, history and geography. So history shows us that when global corridors
Some guys try to change history,
Yes,
but it's
yes.
a little bit
True.
tough, okay?
So yeah, but it really shows us that when global corridors shift, powers must adapt or risk irrelevance, as you just mentioned. What's historical lesson, one lesson, should Europe draw upon as it defines its role in the Atlantic, so we get back to our topic, and in Africa?
It's Youssef or
It's for you.
Both.
Okay, okay.
Just to build up on where you
Okay, thank you.
you said. Thank
First of all, you have to capture attention of Europe. And happily, Europe is too busy on the East Europe.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not criticizing what we are living in the eastern of Europe, in the east side of Europe. It's very relevant. It's possibly the most relevant threat. We lived since 1945 because to make short a long story, if Russia prevails in Ukraine, Russia will not stop in Ukraine. The next step, the next border, it's inside European and NATO territory, or the Baltics or Poland. And don't forget, I know in digital era, yesterday was yesterday is prehistory. But just remember 25 years. Russia sent military troops to 8 external nations, 8 external states, all former members of Soviet Union. Ukraine is the last. If they prevail, and they can prevail if United States abandons Ukraine, why shouldn't they try the Baltics and test Article 5 of NATO? So there is a reason for Europe to be worried with what matters there. But 2 or 3 things I would say, to be brief. First of all, more than a French policy, more than an Italian policy, more than a German policy or a Portuguese policy for Africa, there are no many European countries knowing Africa. And it's difficult to ask the High Representative for Foreign Policy to think about Africa.
Because
she's a Baltic. She's a Baltic, a little bit too far. But we need a more European vision for Africa. Yes. Second, with not a single detail of condescendency. It's a relation between independent states and partnerships. Third, Africa has an average age. It's a fantastic future and a fantastic challenge. The African average age is 17. The European average age is 44. And the Portuguese one, 47. So, if you don't exchange possibilities, opportunities, if you don't bring capitals and technologies in a sovereign relation framework between equals, Africa will knock the door of Europe. It's human. So you have to build opportunities in Africa and help on capitals, innovation, technologies, and transparency.
So speaking of opportunities in Africa, Ambassador Amrani, how can the Atlantic become a catalyst rather than a constraint for African development?
Okay, before answering your question, I want to react about Europe, because I know Europe very well. I might agree with him that Europe is looking east for many reasons. And Anna Palacios is looking at me, as she knows what I'm saying. Unfortunately, the European Union has not the necessary tools and the necessary ambition towards Africa. We have this EU-Africa dialogue, but finally, Morocco is in the crossroad, in the corridor between Europe and Africa. And we want to play this role. Because at the end of the day, what is important is how we transform this reality into a space, a coherent strategic region where policies converge with the ambitions. But I will add that we are doing, and we need to do our own homework as African, building regional coherent schemes. Unfortunately, the Maghreb is not working. His Majesty himself, in his speech on October 31, calls and sent a special message to the Algerian president to build up, because without Maghreb, we cannot interconnect the networks. And the Maghreb is a priority. Africa also is a priority in Moroccan foreign policy. Even yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was in Burkina Faso. And what is important is how to link all these networks. Moroccan companies, and we should not forget the role of the private sector, is essential. Because at the end of the day, what matters the more is doing business in Africa. And we need, as I said earlier, to do our own homework internally. Why? Because intra-trade in Western Africa is below 18%. Logistics costs are 3 times higher than Asia. 45% of the agricultural products are lost due to poor storage. Millions of Africans are cut from the value chains. So this initiative of His Majesty is a game changer. Is a game changer as far as tools, as far as ambition. For us, integration is not a slogan. It's a necessity. And you have this experience in Europe, in infrastructure. And the governance, as you were saying earlier, is essential. So transatlantic link. We are hosting maneuvers, military maneuvers, in Africa because stability matters. So Morocco champions all these initiatives according to the same fundamentals and principles you have said. Through equal partnership, no dependency. We do our own homework, but we need to be partners. Through African ownership in the political decision also. But we should not forget also that we should to build up coherent integration scheme and democratic system in our continent, and through regional ministerial framework. And we are doing this in Morocco. So integration is essential. Innovation, another E is innovation, because we need to have the necessary tools. Free trade agreement in Africa is one of, because at the end of the day, what matters today is to respond to the expectations of our young generation in Africa, as far as job creation, as far as promotion of growth. And this is exactly the vision of His Majesty. Investing in Africa, creating this network, these corridors, in food security, innovation also is essential. And OCP is doing a fantastic job in Africa. So what is important today is that Morocco, and as you said earlier, diplomatically want to be a strategic partner. We need to do our own homework, bring our added value, and work with our partners in Europe and in the US, and the rest of the world. This is, I think, the vision behind this initiative.
But which partnerships do you see, Ambassador Amrani? What type of partnerships? Should they be more political, industrial, maybe financial, that can most effectively, concretely implement at scale this role of connecting, of bridges that you mentioned in the beginning?
Multidimensional partnership in climate change, political dialogue is important, military cooperation, but intelligence is important, because you cannot fight one country alone cannot fight against all these kind of challenges. Illegal migration, terrorism, deconstructing the jihadist narrative in the south.
Under what scope, Ambassador?
And could be bilaterally and multilaterally. Morocco is doing this bilaterally with the US. Morocco is doing within the advanced status with the European Union. We have a political dialogue. We have a free trade agreement. We are even participating in communitary. You know, when he received me, this gentleman, in 2012, I think. You were foreign minister. I was secretary.
We were bankrupted.
Yeah, bankrupted. Both of us. I was secretary.
And my policy was follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. Okay?
I was at that time Secretary General of the Mediterranean Union. He received me in this beautiful palace in the Foreign Ministry of Lisbon. I asked him one thing. I please ask him, please give me one of Portuguese diplomats to work with me. And you gave me Isabel, you know.
Yes.
So, and we're doing this at the level of the European Union. We are the major partner for the EU, and we want to play this role of connecting people, networks, and governments. Unfortunately, we need more ambition for our partners. Morocco is clear. We are working. We are using all the tools to free trade, even free trade agreements where we are deficit. We are committed and respecting. So multidimensional cooperation in fact of security is essential also.
Of course.
Migration. So as
you said we need more ambition from our partners.
From Europe, for example.
Who are you pointing to?
I'm the Europeans, you know. I cannot talk about what I'm accredited to the US.
Okay.
It's a good partner for us.
Yeah, we have a European with us, so maybe he might answer to this because it's at the core of our conversation.
This is more relevant for the north
where is
of
Europe in this
than
dynamic
to the south,
of the Atlantic, of the South, and what steps, concrete steps, is Europe ready to take in order to be part of this shift, of this global shift? Because, yes, Indo-Pacific is very important, but Atlantic has been historically important and will stay as.
Look at this said, Africa partnership is a big challenge because the Atlantic unifies North America, South America, Europe, and Africa. It's a big market, a big opportunity, and a big challenge. But to build this policy, you need a more stable relation between partners of the Northern Hemisphere, I mean US and Europe. We are not living the best days of that relation. And then
isn't it
we
an
need
opportunity to build more partnerships,
yes,
maybe with the South?
should. But I want to call your attention to one thing. If you take some steps back and some distance, you feel that in this century, after, and more, even more, much more after the pandemic, China benefited from America running away from Africa, as we all know. But China is investing less in Africa since 2020. Little detail. So the level of investment of China in Africa is declining. Second, United States, it's a bit inconstant, if I may say a diplomatic word. Because you have a Democrat president or a classic Republican president, and he wants to have relevant presence in Africa. You remember that the last travel of President Biden was to Angola and Cabo Verde. But then you have an isolationist era, and what matters in Africa is rare earths and energetic logistics and energy logistics. Africa is much more than that. Europe is more constant, even if fragmented.
Speaking about resources of
no.
Oh,
obviously, Europe has no oil and has no gas, so enough gas.
I mean,
so
of the vision of Africa.
no, we cannot.
Yeah.
We will. It's expectable that Europe will relax the calendar of energetic, the nuclear as a clean energy, and invest on R&D to hydrogen. Okay, this said, pay attention. I would try to modernize the European vision about Africa. First of all, I will not teach the Africans how to be African. First question, okay? This said, and this accepted, why when the Western intellectuals look at Africa, they just think about oil? Africa has the largest potential on renewable energies of the world. By the way, I always say to my students,
20 seconds.
Okay, I always say to my students that one of the 3 largest solar panels in sites in the world, it's in Morocco, 1 hour from Lisbon. And the third thing is, don't forget digitalization. It's my last remark. Digitalization is a huge opportunity to reduce peripheric origins. So you can be in the middle of Africa, working to New York, if you have the logistic internet infrastructure. So you don't need to be in a central country. You can be peripheric and centralized. This will change the world and the work. Okay, and the other thing is digitalization. I believe in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement or Free Area Agreement. It's a big opportunity. It's 17% of intra-African trade. But one of the best possibilities for Africa is the digital world. Because digital world is a huge opportunity for new generations, and it's one reason to stay, not to leave, if you have infrastructure.
I just want to add one word.
Yes,
one word.
I
think I'm speaking from African perspective. So Africa should cease to be an arena of competition between Europe, America, and so on. We need Africa to set our own agenda, to negotiate with strength, because it is at the end of the day, on critical minerals, on energy transformation, we need also to influence global decisions. That's why we are creating institutions and tools. And we need to shape the international rules, because we should not just be dependent from other decisions. This is the African perspective, and this is, I think, the objective of His Majesty's vision. I lost a small paper here.
Yes.
This was for you, but anyhow.
May I say one ironic thing is, don't forget.
I knew that this conversation
just one detail.
Would be endless.
Don't forget, Youssef, you solved Sahara through multilateralism.
Yes. I did criticize multilateralism. We believe in multilateralism, and we'll continue to do so. But we're not in a space of competition. This is for you. I'll give it to you after the meeting.
Thank you, Ambassador Amrani. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fortas.
Thank you.
Panelists are asked to remain on stage for a group photo.
Yes. Hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The second plenary session of the Atlantic Dialogues, Unlocking the Next Stage, Rethinking Growth Strategies, will now begin. Plenary session of the Atlantic Dialogues, Unlocking the Next Stage, Rethinking Growth Strategies, will now begin.
Sí, pero es un paso.
No, es un paso gigante, pero lo que no puedes decir lo que...
Tú evitarás que el PP cambie.
No, no cambia.
El cambio de España.
Esto es circunstancial.
Ok, pero...
Khadija Ihsan, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? I think I can talk without the mic. Okay. Okay, so we will proceed with a topic that personally, as a journalist and as a moderator, and as someone who spends her life literally listening to leaders, experts, and citizens, I feel that the world is not moving like a map anymore, but it's moving like a constellation. Technologies are definitely reshaping, and we've been hearing about it since the beginning of this Atlantic dialogues, and it's in all conversations. Technologies, AI, reshaping our mindsets, reshaping our societies, reshaping our economies faster than policies can catch up. So I've learned one thing through years of covering transitions and crisis, namely, real transformations never arrive softly. Industrial transformation, post-war reconstruction, digital age certainly won't and didn't. Sorry. So this session, ladies and gentlemen, is about reimagining the very architecture of competitiveness and productivity. And it's my immense pleasure to call now on stage my very distinguished speakers, and I'll start with Mr. Masoud Ahmed, President Emeritus of the Center of Global Development. She is Fellow and Deputy Director of Stimson Center, Lana Blake, ladies and gentlemen. And then I now welcome on stage Mr. Carlos Lopez, Honorary Professor at the Mandela School of Public Governance at the University of Cape Town. And last but by no means least, Professor Arkibi Okubai, British Academy Global Professor at the University of London. And before we get started, let's follow this introductive video of this session.
Across the globe, traditional models of economic growth are reaching their limits. What once worked no longer meets the challenges of our time, from technological disruption to climate urgency and a fragmented global order. As these pressures reshape the global landscape, a new question emerges. What does growth mean today? Can progress still be measured by numbers alone, or by how societies become more innovative, inclusive, and sustainable? In response, nations and businesses are now testing new paths, where digital transformation, green transitions, and human potential drive development, rethinking how value is created, how opportunity is shared, and how resilience is built. As these transformations unfold, the future of growth will depend not only on how fast we advance, but on the purpose that guides us. The challenge is clear. Can we design growth that truly serves both people and the planet and delivers prosperity fit for the 21st century? What does growth mean in a world defined by digital and ecological transitions? How can emerging economies position themselves in this evolving landscape?
And before answering these questions, among others, by our experts, I would now invite the audience to interact by answering to this very simple question on the application. It's the one-word question. What is the most overrated idea in development today? AI, overrated. Sovereignty, security, AI. Okay, we'll give it 15 more, 20 more seconds. Empowerment, corruption. Interesting. Growth. So, growth is an overrated idea in development today. Democracy. Okay. Okay. So, democratically, I think in AI has won as the most overrated idea in development today. Mr. Masood, so my question is very simple. How would you define growth today?
Look, I would define growth today in the core sense in much the same way we've defined it before, which is how can you improve lives and living standards for people in a country? And the only way you do that is by increasing the level of income. And that's just another way of saying growth. But it's more complicated now than it used to be. And it's more complicated because we don't just want average levels of income to go up, which is what growth measures. We're concerned about how they're shared because we're worried about inequality and we want it to be inclusive. We're also much more conscious that with increased economic activity, you get increased carbon emissions. And now we have more concerned about how to reduce the amount of carbon emissions for any given level of economic activity because climate poses a real budget for us. And also, we're much more concerned that growth isn't the same as jobs. You can have growth in a number of countries with many jobs being created or with very few jobs being created. So I think we're concerned about many aspects of what we want, and it's also become more complicated to deliver them. You know, we had AI up on the screen. Technology is disrupting it. I mean, you can say it's overrated in the hype, but in terms of what it will do to the way in which manufacturing is done, services are done, government's work, it's going to transform that over time. So that makes it more difficult. And the other thing is that the international context is very much more complex now. Before, you know, you got on with it, the rules were clear, you produced, you went up the manufacturing ladder, you went from bicycles to motorcycles to refrigerators to cars, and you added value. And now, every time you do that, you run the risk of somebody putting a tariff on it or having protection. So the international context, politics is getting much more into the middle of growth, and that makes it more complicated. The last thing I'll say is, well, what does this mean for governments who are trying to help move this along? I think one thing is that you have to think of intelligent partnerships between governments and the private sector. There's always been some element of partnership, but now we have to think much more strategically about what you might call industrial policy, you might call it strategic partnership, but that's really important now. And you have to be much more agile at being able to change. The speed of change has accelerated. So what you could afford to take 10 years, and it's not just a question for emerging markets, I would say many rich countries are struggling to change their economies, keeping up with the speed at which the changes are made. You know, Morocco is a big exporter of cars now. That wasn't the case 2 decades ago. But the cars that Morocco exports today are not going to be the cars that Morocco has to export in 10 years because there has to be many more electric cars in 10 years. And that's the speed of change we have to transform. So this constant change that is needed, and for that you need a human capital base that is going to be much more adept at coping with technology, coping with change. And I think in many countries, the Achilles heel is going to be, do we have enough of the people who are going to be able to deliver in the new context for growth?
Exactly. Building up on the human capital, I'll turn to Lana. So the system, as we know it today, that's mainly influenced, especially in the West, by major tech companies, and they've really shifted the paradigms within the economics, and especially for the middle class. So, building upon what Mr. Massoud just stated, what's your stand toward, first, this new system, and two, toward building this youth, this human capital that would respond not only to this very over-capitalistic system, and also to this technological shift that we're living in?
Thank you, Khadija. Is it working?
Yes, it is.
It is important to include the youth. They are the future. And we cannot develop and build this world without them. And I feel like there is a huge gap happening right now with AI and the technology, because humanity all over the world, not just in developed countries, but even in developing countries, they are suffering because there is a huge now shift and creating a huge kind of disaster, human disaster. A lot of people were going to fall into poverty because of this shift in technology, and they are not prepared for new jobs. And that is the role of governments and policymakers, how to prepare the youth for this AI and new technology, or we will lose the youth. And I want to take it into the social and institutional perspective. 82 billion, including the population of the world, is 8.2 billion, including over 1.2 billion young people aged 15 to 24. Roughly 20% of youth worldwide are not in employment, education, or training. That's huge. And this, in North Africa precisely, this figure rises to 22 to 23%, illustrating the gap between talent and opportunity. Economic conditions add pressure. Global growth is projected at 3.1 to 3.3% in 2025, while global inflation remains around 3.6, with higher levels in emerging markets. These realities demonstrate that traditional GDP-focused strategies are insufficient. Growth must integrate resilience, social protection, and institutional capacity. Technological transformation offers both opportunity and risk. AI, digital finance, e-commerce, and renewable energy are generating new sectors and improving productivity. But without inclusive access, workforce readiness, and sound governance, these advances can widen inequality rather than foster shared prosperity. North Africa illustrates this dynamic. Emerging markets in North Africa, startups and renewal projects are growing, yet youth unemployment remains high, highlighting the importance of pairing innovation and inclusion. The next stage of growth rests on three strategic pillars. Invest in adaptive institutions. Effective governance and regulatory framework determine whether innovation and social programs translate into real impact. Design markets for inclusion. Policies and incentives must integrate informal sectors, SMEs, and marginalized communities into growth opportunities. Embed systematic foresight. Growth strategies should anticipate shocks from climate to security and supply chain disruptions, and embed flexibility into fiscal, social, and technological planning. In short, the next stage of growth is not just about faster GDP expansion, it's about creating strategies that reflect the realities of our societies, harness human potential, and protect youth amid global uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. I'll turn to Carlos. So Lena just gave us like a very broad global perspective on, especially on the youth and public policies and this huge technological shift. Let's talk about our African perspective and emerging economies. So these economies must navigate between major geoeconomic shifts and also seize opportunities. So how can these emerging economies become co-authors of the next development paradigms in the continent of Africa?
Well, the short answer is that they already are. We have a dislocation of the center of gravity from the traditional countries that have, produced wealth to others that are now competing, global south in general. And Africa, paradoxically, is also part of this evolution. People don't recognize it enough because the narratives are always pessimistic about Africa. But then you group all African countries, meaning you don't divide them, slice them like North Africa, Sub-Saharan. If you just talk about the continent as a whole, and you talk about the other continents as a whole, because it's very easy to say emerging Asia, and then you put all the good ones in one corner, and then you talk about the rest of Asia. Then you say, you see, this emerging Asia is the standard. So if you just compare continent per continent, and for that you have to do an extra effort because the IMF will not give you the statistics that I'm going to give you, you end up with a very different picture. Africa is the continent that is growing the most from 2025 onwards. Of course, these are forecasts. So we have surpassed Asia.
But then it depends on the very definition of growth.
I'm coming.
Okay.
So then we have 40 countries out of the 54 that are above the world average. We have 13 out of 20 that are fastest growing. You can go on with the statistics, and people say, where is it? Where is this growth? How can you explain that Niger is in a complete disaster in terms of governance and territorial integrity, but it's actually having incredible growth, between 6 and 8% depending on the last year.
Exactly.
So then you end up with this definition of growth that is not really compatible with what people's expectations are, which is what Masoud was explaining. So because, if I cut all the trees in my forests, my GDP goes up, but then I'm, in complete drought. So we cannot just rely on GDP as a measurement. So what is the alternative? Well, Human Development Report and Human Development Index have tried. And basically, it's about expanding people's opportunities. So if you have more education, you have more choices that you can make. If you have good health, of course, you live a better life. If you have more income, you can have more consumption. If you live longer, of course, you have more chances in life, and so on and so forth. So expanding opportunities is a better definition. And we have, toyed with it, and we classified in different ways. But what is interesting is that we keep tweaking, not necessarily to make it more reliable, but less. Because, there are pressures politically for countries to be ranked better than normally they would be otherwise, and so on. So let's just try to get out of that game and try to understand really what is happening. And what is happening is that we have major disruption. There is no hype with AI that justify for people to say it's overrated. AI is going to disrupt our lives. Not necessarily in the negative sense, but in the way we have conceived economic concepts that are no longer going to be possible to sustain. So how do we measure productivity?
Exactly.
We measure productivity by saying, well, I'm putting it simple, we produce where is the cheapest, the fastest, and the best quality. Well, it's no longer going to be like that. Because now we are going to enter into carbon, we are going to enter security concerns. So I'm not going to produce in this country because it's environmentally problematic. So I issue my own unilateral measures about carbon, like the European Union is doing with CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And you basically are changing already the rules of the game. So you cannot measure productivity the same way. How do we extract value? Another very important concept. Well, AI is about stealing intellectual property. That's what it is. You mine the data and you steal. So when you steal the data, you can no longer attach your value that was extracted from intellectual property the same way. You need a new regulation. So we have to change the rules of the game. And you can go on with the various dimensions of how AI is going to disrupt the concepts that we are used to. For instance, 60% of the stock exchanges in the United States, which is the largest in the world, is now tech-driven. And the rest of the economy is 40%, is less. So you know that Mr. Elon Musk is associated with Tesla. Tesla was running a deficit for 17 years. Running a deficit.
and people were pouring money into the company. Why? Because they knew it was going to disrupt. So we better pay attention to disruption more and not stick our mind to the growth models as we have defined them up to now.
That means that public policies should follow.
Exactly. So that means that the way Africans are going to navigate the geopolitics and the mega trends like climate, demographics, technology, will have to bear in mind that this is not about trying to sustain the legacy of the structures, concepts, models that we had in the past.
Yeah.
Things are going to change quite dramatically.
Arkebe, I'm very keen to hear from you and your definition of the growth in 2025.
I mean, the first thing is we need to look at how growth has been defined historically. For instance, GDP-based model originated primarily in the mid-1930s. And then came the purchase power parity in the mid-60s. While we also see productivity increment, productivity growth as a very important measure to show not only growth rate, but also competitiveness of the economy. So from a broader perspective, probably that really shows the quality of growth, and also long-term perspective is the productivity rate. When we look at this, then it brings us what are the key long-term drivers of productivity. And historical evidence, economic history shows, and also the study and research we have been conducting in the last, let's say, 2 decades, show that there are 3 major drivers in the long term. For instance, today we have been talking a lot about Trump. Trump is a noise. It's a very short term. What we need to look is the long-term perspective of decades, centuries, how economies are driven. The first one is technology is one of the key drivers of economic growth. So that's why we see automation, that's why we see robotization, AI, digital transformation, etc. Then we have a second major driver of economic growth, and this is demography. Demography is a major game changer in the long term, and it has proven when we look at the past millennia. So what is happening? Let's look at the coming century. We all know the data about 2050 that, for instance, Africa will be accounting about 1/4 of global population, which means 1 from 4 inhabitants of the planet. But if we go 50 more years, by year 2000, 40% of global population, world population, will be living in Africa. And these are young workforce. And then we have to relate with the aging of many economies, advanced economies, industrial-based economies, but also China since 2023. And Asia is going to start as well as, aging as well. So demography is key game changer that affects productive capacity, that affects market growth, that affects the need for jobs. Then there is a third element we need to consider now, which has not been put in many economics literature. This is the issue of green transformation. Sustainability is now become central. Even with the retreat in the US by Trump, or even in Europe, where the momentum has slowed, green transformation is now mainly driven by the global south. And the way it's happening is green technologies making energy and mobility more sustainable. So the key element, game changer, has been technology. And second also, is new industries are being created that can drive global economy. So we are seeing sustainability becoming central, and for countries to grow in the future, growth can only be defined if it's sustainability.
So I'll just build up on what you just stated. And to ask you a very basic question, when you say that the Global South will rely a lot on sustainability and green transition, what about the countries, for instance, in Africa, that depend a lot on exporting fossil fuels? So they should just transition and just forget about the fossil fuels, and knowing that, I mean, you know the numbers, that Africa is not a big polluter. So
true.
And that's a dilemma
Yeah.
for the Global South. I mean, what you call the Global South, there
Yeah,
are
true.
some countries that is the green transition a real emergency for them.
Yeah, absolutely very important point. First, let's start with how the big international financial institutions are acting, especially World Bank and IMF. They have abandoned providing loan for any coal industry or fossil fuel industry, which is unacceptable because we know that advanced economies are expanding this exploiting fossil fuel. Africa contributes not just the 3% annual to carbon emission, but if we look at historical cumulative measure, it has contributed only 0.5% in the last centuries. So there is no reason that anyone can tell that Africa should not develop coal. That's not the case. But let's look at the reality. In Africa, oil-based economies are growing slower than resource-poor countries. Resource-poor countries are like Rwanda, like my home country, Ethiopia. And the oil, petroleum-rich countries are not growing that level. And we have to link that economies like Angola, like Nigeria, they are highly dependent on oil, and their diversification of economy has significantly hampered their economic growth. So for them, they have to use their coal, they have to use their fossil fuel, but they have to use it not expecting after 100 years this will be driving the economy, because this resource will be depleted in a 50 years period. They have to use it to diversify, but no one has the moral authority to tell any African countries, don't use coal, don't use fossil fuel. So the key point is for oil producing by diversifying their economies, because fossil fuel is essentially extractive industry, which does not have spillover effect, which does not create jobs. So this is one aspect, but we have to look. We are now investing to start investment in industrialization. It's not legacy economy. It's not first industrial revolution, second or third. We are just newcomers. So the question is, should we start building clean, green industrialization, or should we try to build and grow, which we are going to scrap tomorrow? China's growth path until year 2000 was to grow and grow and grow, and the environment was secondary. It was only after year 2000 China started to change model of growth. And Africa has an opportunity to combine how it can build green economy and also exploit existing resources. We have also to remember the current limitation of the technology. There is renewable energy, as we know, solar, wind, etc., but these are still intermittent energy sources. And we need a solid base, which is not yet developed. The energy source, which we call difficult to abate industries, are not yet developed. So for a basic support, they will need to rely on coal or fossil fuel, but then they have to invest on green energy, because green energy, like solar, is becoming cheaper than coal in year 2025 for the first time.
As long as we construct the whole industry around solar production, maybe within Africa, and that's maybe another debate.
You are absolutely right.
Another
because
debate.
now we only look at, for instance, we use solar for universal access, but the key issue is how do you buy the solar?
Exactly.
Where is the foreign exchange?
Yeah.
And also, if you don't really create jobs with that, it will be a constraint. And what we have seen in our research is hydropower, for instance, generates is clean energy, renewable energy, and has a domestic linkage effect significantly, creates job, develops cement industry and steel industries. So in renewable energy sources also, we need to look at which are the key drivers that will really help the continent to be competitive. But we have to understand the days of the fossil fuel are going to be gone, and those who will be winning are going to be who invest in green energy and in the future.
We still have 5 minutes before opening the floor to the audience, and I have one question to Mr. Massoud on my left. And given the context of the 2025 US National Security Strategy that explicitly elevates geoeconomics, corridor control, to core pillars of American power. So in this context, how can a country still be competitive if it's strategically exposed?
I think that, I don't know how many people have read the new national security strategy that's come out from the US last week. It encapsulates in a very explicit way some of the geostrategic priorities that the US attaches and the way it sees protecting its own economic security. But if you step back from it, it's an articulation of a change in the way in which not just the US, but other countries are looking at the interface between economics and national security. So economic policies have become much more influenced by politics domestically and by international politics, by competition, by rivalry amongst the US and China in the first instance, but more generally amongst great powers. And that means that for any country, any business now, you can't simply close your eyes and say, I'm going to carry on producing this and there'll be a market and I'll sell it because I'm competitive. You have to be much more aware of how people are going to respond. I'll give you a very simple, real example. China's exports to the US came under pressure because China has a huge surplus on its exports in the trade balance. And economists can argue that bilateral trade imbalances don't mean anything, but politically they do. So a lot of Chinese factories moved to Vietnam and started producing and exporting the same products from Vietnam to the US. And Chinese exports of those products to the US went down. In parallel, Vietnamese exports of the same products went up. That worked fine for a while. Vietnam's exports shot up by about 500 billion. And their imports were the same. So the trade imbalance between Vietnam and the US, which had been not important, suddenly becomes huge. And what happens? When the tariffs get imposed by the US, Vietnam gets hit with a very big tariff. So here's a good example of a country that got caught because it was exploiting its competitive advantage. Vietnam was able to make these exports possible because it was doing it at the right price, right quality, but it got caught in the geopolitics. And I think all countries have to recognize that the world in which they're operating is a world in which geopolitics can come in and hit. It's like a wave that might hit you from the side, that you're not prepared for it.
No,
and
it's a word, well, the WTO, where is the...
I think the WTO is struggling to be relevant in a world where some of the countries that were responsible for creating it are much less supportive of the rules and regulations that WTO operates with, because they don't believe that these rules have served them well. Now, you can have a discussion about it, but that's what they believe. And so I guess I don't think it's just countries. It's very important also that we don't think this is a government responsibility.
Yeah.
This is basically companies.
Yeah.
Large companies that want to be big players have to be much more conscious of the politics within which they operate.
Exactly, and maybe help shape also public policies.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll now proceed to take some questions from the audience, and I count on your, please, precision and concision in asking the questions. So we have yeah, we'll have 4 at first round, and then we take another round. So we have the gentleman here, the lady over there, this beautiful lady here, and the gentleman behind me, and I have 4 and 5. Next round. Oh, didn't see you. Yes, please.
Hi, Rana Kopaldas. First question, general question around deglobalization. We've heard a lot of it. Does the pendulum swing back, or are we done with this globalization story? And then a question for Professor Lopez around intra-continental integration. Still optimistic or not, and how do we make this work?
Thank you. We take another question, I believe, is here.
Imandau. I'm a cybersecurity expert. I work on regulating the cyberspace and securing the cyberspace within the European Union. And my question is for you, Mrs. Lana. I would like to reflect on what you said about the fact that digital literacy should be inclusive. Absolutely agree with you. It should be inclusive to the youth, of course, but to the elderly as well, especially in a context or in the context of African countries that are accelerating or starting their digitalization. I would love to hear from you on this very specific topic. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a hand over there. And then the last one is...
Thank you very much. My name is Maria, and I'm from Nigeria. I'm the founder of an early-stage tech fund called Open Seed, and I've lived in Europe the past 5 years, and I invest across Europe and Africa. One of the benefits of my work is because we look 10 years, 20 years into the future, these are the types of innovations we're trying to back, we tend to see the trends that are not emerging in data yet. And one of the things I've always thought about in my work is the powerful tool that technology and innovation can be to stimulating entrepreneurship and economies. That was pre, I guess, AI or even like the shifting world order. Now I'm thinking about technology as well as not just a geopolitical tool and intelligence. It's no longer on the periphery. It's changing how countries are being strategically relevant to the world. Anyways, I think my question is, how are we thinking about this point in time where there's a global disruptive technology that's evolving, and how we're thinking about policies that enable this? For a future we probably can't simulate because it's very different from the past. We had the radio technologies in the 1920s. We had the dot-com boom in the 2000s. Now we have AI. I really think from what I see in my work that AI is grossly underestimated right now in how it will impact our future. That's one point. And then on the other hand, there is a relation between technology and I guess the sovereignty of local financial ecosystems. Venture capital is a massive driver of global economies. And we see a lot of development financing locally towards catalyzing the ecosystem. I would love to hear the thoughts on how we use this moment in time to build resilient local financing, given in the last 5 years, 80% of the financing has gone out of the continent and most of it is aid. Just would love to hear the thoughts from the room around that.
Thank you, Maria. And we'll have a question from here.
Hello, everyone. So Noureddin from Morocco. I'm part of the Emerging Leaders program. My question was about the energy transition, energy agenda that we were talking about. I just feel that we keep saying that I think it's important to diversify, but I think it's as important to invest in a local production of these technologies, because otherwise it's going to just create another dependency. If we don't know how to really build our electrolyzers, our solar panels, our pipelines, we will just repeat again the same scenario. So how, as African countries, can we shape our own energy agenda? And to build up on the second point, we keep talking about the LLMs and large language models. I think what is powering all these large language models are data centers. And if we don't know how to build these data centers and how to empower them and give the correct power, it's, again, another dependency, and it will just be at the end of the supply chain. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar. You said
Nordin.
Nordin, sorry.
Yes.
Last question from the first round of questions to the gentleman here.
Right. Hung Tran from the Policy Center for the New South. I would like to draw upon Masood's statement and ask a concrete question. What concrete advice would you give to developing countries being squeezed by US protectionism and China's overproduction and mercantilism? Basically, China wants to manufacture everything, export everything to everyone, but buy only oil, minerals, and Hermes handbags.
And solar too, I think. Okay. Deglobalization, I think the question was addressed to Mr. Masood, right?
Happy to answer.
Or who, I'm sorry. Please feel free to answer this question about deglobalization. Akube.
I may intervene on this deglobalization. The short answer is, to my understanding, not much fundamental has changed. Because when we see globalization, we have to remember it's not only about putting tariffs. We have to look about the mobility of FDI. We know historically the highest point when FDI reached was globally in 2007, which had reached over 2 trillion. Up to now, it has decreased even after 15 or nearly 2 decades. But this change did not happen during Trump's time or last 1 year. It mainly started happening after 2009 financial crisis. Also, let's look at the financialization. The momentum has not slowed down. On trade, we have seen some restriction, but we have to remember that the trade volume and value is increasing every year, despite this restriction. So globalization has not changed, and openness of economies, I believe, will continue to be to boost or drive globalization, but there are substantial elements at the global policy dialogue that need to be looked at and that will shape. And the key factor here is the global South's role, contribution in global trade, and also global GDP, which is now nearly 50%, is going to influence.
So deglobalization, and there was another question about AI, right?
Continental free trade area.
And data set. If
Sure.
I'd like to just pick up on two things that were raised. I think they're both difficult, to which I don't think there's a simple answer. One is the question that was raised towards the end: does Africa run the risk of being the last in the chain? You know, AI is going to be developed elsewhere. Data centers will be outside. How should we deal with that? Should we be producing in Africa all the new materials and equipment that you need to put in place, or should you be buying cheap solar panels from China or not? So I think that's the question. And it's going to be a question of balance, but it's also a question of where can you invest the money. Data centers are very expensive. You know, a 1 gigawatt data center costs between $30 and $60 billion. Now, you know, you want to put in five gigawatt data center somewhere, you're talking hundreds of billions of dollars. That's how we run into these trillions of dollars numbers about AI investment. And the question then becomes, for where do you want to invest the limited resources that countries have, and how will you be able to mobilize that? And the same thing applies to the question of how do you use, do you produce locally, or do you use what is cheapest available? And obviously you can't rely on just importing forever. But there are things where if you start producing, you have to realize at what is the price that you're willing to pay for that. And I would say today, that's Hung's last point. I would end on that. Hung raised this question: what is the best way to cope now between protectionism from the US? I would actually say also, by the way, protectionism from Europe, just not quite as visible, but not in the same thing. But CBAM was the example that Carlos you used. How do you cope between protectionism on the one side and the overproduction and the excess supply in China for a lot of these products, which is resulting in a price point that is virtually impossible to compete against for emerging markets and for developing countries generally? And what is the advice that you give to a country caught in the middle of that? I think this is a question that actually we're going to have to face in the next 2, 3, 5 years, which is you can't have every country's industrial production capacity being made obsolete because there is excess supply in the largest producing economy in the world. You create the world's manufacturing factories in China, and everybody else that set up factories, assuming a certain cost structure, suddenly finds that they're being undercut. And I don't think that politically and socially it's going to be sustainable. And by the way, not just emerging markets. Listen to what Europe is saying. Listen to what the US has said. And I think you'll find that a general issue around.
Okay, so we have a question to Lana about security and youth, and also about the elderly and how they use technology and how should we protect them.
Well, cybersecurity and youth, I don't know if it's working.
It's working.
There are two different issues. AI definitely will enhance cybersecurity issue all over the world, and more cyber crimes. We will see that increasing all over the world. That's something that there is no like legal framework to, control, and that's something that the U.S. and the global power have to address, because it's going to be a big issue in the future. For the youth and the elderly, that's, I think, a different topic, and how to include technology in their education and advancement and development. I think some of the countries have already kind of created some education program regarding the AI, and EU is already including coding and AI education in all their public schools. American schools are a little bit behind. They're not really, it's not established all over the US, but India is increasing. Singapore also is, the Gulf countries are including in their curriculum in elementary schools and higher AI and coding. Elderly, I think that will be more complex to address, and how to train the elderly, especially in developing countries, especially in poor countries, in Africa, where you don't even have electricity, you don't have internet. So a lot of poor countries don't have any basic, technological, capabilities and solutions. So that will be a more complex issue to address. But in general, the countries and the governments have to put youth as a priority in their agenda and in their political economies, because if they want to compete, they're going to compete on the human capital, and how they can be racing into development without addressing that part, that will be a total failure. Unless we want to eliminate humans on this planet, and we will have just robots managing all of us. So it's not easy, it's complex, and I think especially on the elderly side, a lot of research needs to be done how to create programs and initiatives to support that.
Okay. Carlos, I think a question was addressed to you, and also if you can answer the lady from the startup sphere, and especially with public policies, are they catching up with all the evolution of the market? And maybe also the question was about venture capital and the resilience of venture capital within a smaller scale. I hope that I managed to gather all
I think
the information.
we had a question from Ronak on the continental free trade area. I think it's very important that we bear in mind that the timeline for putting together a free trade area with the characteristics of the African one is very complex. So we have now close to 90% agreement on common tariffs. That is not a small achievement. And if you look into the various steps that the European Union, the most complex and articulated free trade area, has gone through, we are not sort of late in relation to that comparison. However, the speed has changed. The speed of the environment is different. So we cannot afford to have the same sort of timeline as others have had before. Which brings me to the question of whether we are newcomers or latecomers. You, Arkebe, said we are newcomers. We are more like latecomers. Because if we are newcomers, it's like we are, basically leading transformation of some sorts, and we are not. We are latecomers because we are coming to the party when everybody else has already had a very good meal. So we're trying to, just see what is left. And of course, it's very difficult. But we have some advantages as latecomers. One of the advantages of latecomers is that you can leapfrog. Of course, this is easily said because you leapfrog, but the landing strip keeps moving. So you leapfrog and then you keep falling, because the speed is completely different. And this is why we have to make disruption our job description. Disruption is our job description. As latecomers, you cannot really do otherwise, which obliges us to navigate in a different way from others. Others are protecting their savings. They have accumulated incredible savings. So in Europe, they have amazing demographic stress. But they have savings that will carry them for a while. We don't have that kind of challenge. Our challenge is different. Our challenge is to create wealth, is to distribute wealth, is to create opportunities for the youth. This is a very different proposition. And in this proposition, our navigation requires some fundamentals to be understood. And I think most people miss it. The first fundamental that we need to understand is that there is a difference in the tech space between innovation and consumption. You can have the best ecosystems in the places that have infrastructure, energy. Like, for instance, now your data centers most likely are going to be in the Middle East because they have huge capital and energy to be able to fund them and so on. That part, the innovation part, the infrastructure part, requires a different set of elements that we don't have in Africa. However, who is going to consume these tech-intensive products? Is it the old people? Well, just go around the room and ask if the old people can compete with their kids. When you talk about digital natives, they are mostly African. We don't realize that. So that's the consumption part. So as tech intensity increases, the consumption market of the future is African. And that is a very different proposition that we need to understand. And that requires a complete, sort of mindset for us to harness this opportunity. The same in relation to energy. Yes, it is true that nobody has the moral authority to be telling us how to use our fossil fuels, particularly when the only money that we seem to be able to mobilize outside is for fossil fuels.
Exactly.
We get around 3% of the funding for renewables from abroad. So, how can you be teaching us a lesson and the money is going to the things that you don't like? However, I think it's very important for us to realize that for us, for Africa, it's not either or. We need all of it. It's the same thing as, in East Africa discussion whether we should have the Djibouti port competing with the Mombasa port or the Hargeisa port. We need all of them. Because, just comparing our GDP in the year 2000 and our GDP 25 years later, we have more than double. And we will continue to double because of demographics. So we need all of it. That's the consumption. And I think we kind of miss these kind of points because we have a narrative that is always very negative about Africa. And I'm going to land on the issues that the lady asked, because I think they are extremely important and very shrewd questions. The first is about what is the next disruptor after AI? You know, because she's worried about the future, or worried not, interested about the future. The next disruptor is going to be quantum computing. Quantum computing is going to completely erase the encryption models as we know them. That is going to create a complete mess in relation to the way we organize value. You know, the same point that I was making in relation to AI is going to be amplified by quantum computing. That's just one aspect. Another one is that it's going to disrupt the way we deal with systems of payments, including third-party currencies, including the dollar domination. You know, we don't like the crypto. We consider it a bit fuzzy. Well, we better get used to similar types of products, because those are the ones who are going to be in the world of the new encryption models that are going to emerge. And that is going to be a very different world that gives a lot of opportunities for latecomers. It's not that we are going to invent it, but we can get used to those types of new models of consumption, of processing, methodologies, because the younger population is going to adopt them more quickly than older population. So we have to understand demographic stress is going to move from where people think it is, Africa, because of the youth boom and all that, all these neo-Malthusian ways of interpreting demographics. It's going to move to aging, very well said by all here in this panel, but aging in an accelerated form. It's happening already. You know, it's going to be so fast that, Masood, I think the Chinese manufacturing is threatened. And right now they have overcapacity and all that. They are already looking for opportunities to dish out labor-intensive whatever. Is it production of textiles? Is it production of toys, because we are close to Christmas? You know, they want to get rid of all of that, and it's going to land partly in Africa, not only in Africa, but partly in Africa, because that's low value addition that the Chinese cannot maintain because of their demographic profile and the costs of their labor and the costs of robotization and automation. They don't make it very competitive to apply to that type of industry. So that's a chance for us to create jobs. But it's a window that is not going to last more than 15 years or so, because otherwise, you know, it's not going to be a big value. Because the value extraction is going to keep moving. It moved from agriculture to manufacturing to services to financial systems. Now it's going to move into AI.
So it's not an overrated idea.
Not at all.
Yes, Harkebe.
Yeah, I just want to comment on 2 points. One is issue of energy and linking it with industrial capability, which was raised quite perfectly by our colleague. And now we are talking about Africa. What we need to remember is Africa is so diverse. We are not talking about one China, one India. We are talking about 54 countries. So let's try to link it with some cases. We are here, Rabat, in the capital of Morocco. And let's try to understand from a Moroccan context how this energy has been moving. And we know that Morocco has been investing in green technologies, in renewable. Actually, the first concentrated power project was at least developed 10 years back. And we have seen this extraordinary commitment. At that time, that technology was so expensive, now has become cheaper. But Morocco has been linking it with developing innovation capability at the renewable energy projects and also Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. And they have really made some lead in this perspective. Even now, Morocco is coming up with hydrogen valleys development, electrolysis, etc. And OCP is also working on on the green ammonia aspect. So what we understand from here is countries in Africa are making significant progress, and it's not uniform across the continent, but we are really seeing good progress, and I see Morocco one of the economies that is well positioned to be competitive. Second point, let's talk about the industry. In this continent, we have seen in a period of 20 years, a very competitive automotive industry can be built from scratch. And this was a huge investment by the Moroccan government, a significant political commitment, building Med-Tanger industrial complex, the ports, attracting FDI, which now is Morocco exporting 8 billion or 9 billion to Europe. So here what we have to see is we are not talking about abstract things, but the investment in energy has to go together with productive capacity, and there is huge potential to develop these capabilities. I can also talk about Ethiopia. When I talk about energy, I want to bring one important element we haven't yet mentioned. Africa should develop energy because it's contributed significantly to GDP. South Africa, where energy relies on coal, more than 80%, where there is serious shortage of energy, GDP is lost by 2.2 to 3% of GDP growth, and it will be impossible to create adequate employment because small business, large businesses without energy cannot do anything. So if we want high growth, double digit, we have to invest in energy. The second point we also need to consider is how do we develop energy? That is committed for energy, that wants to end poverty, that wants to build industrial capacity, must put it as a priority, and domestic resource mobilization is a key driver. This is what we learned from Morocco. This is what we learned from Ethiopia. Ethiopia is, despite its a low-income economy, it has put enormous money to energy, including the latest over 5,000 megawatt power generating, entirely financed domestically, without a single penny from World Bank or China, entirely domestically. This is important not only for universal coverage, but for industrial capacity and job creation, but even to attract data centers to Africa. We are already observing many are trying to explore Africa for many reasons, because the data centers require not only energy, but the energy has to be affordable. It has to be cheaper. Then it requires a lot of water, and it requires telecom service, of course. So I want to highlight African country which is truly committed to development, to growth. An indicator whether it's real commitment is whether it invests in energy or not. A country that invests in energy is a country that builds its own future. This is the point I want to highlight. Brief one in 1 minute on this African free trade area. Me and Carlos, both of us are members of the board of AFCFTA. I want to highlight two elements. First, union or trade area is not a miracle you can build in 2 to 3 years. Let's look at Europe, where there is over 60% intra-Europe trade. Europe didn't even start with union. It started mainly, the initiative was a political project to end war after World War II. And it started collaboration with coal and gradually moved. So in a period of 8 years is what Europe has really achieved in the European Union. And there are also a lot of tensions, as we all know quite well. Then there is ASEAN, which is in Asia. Intra-trade is still not far from African trade. It's about 21 or 22%. But that has been a very dynamic region. The global value chain has been concentrated in ASEAN economies. For us, Africa, when we look at this, the key missing element is, what do you want to trade? Do you want to trade skin and hides? We have to produce, we have to manufacture if it's going to be a real trade based on value addition and based on industrial capability. And this is where we need to work. And it's not going to happen because of AFCFTA. It's going to happen especially by governments who are pursuing industrial policy, who are investing in productive transformation. The second challenge we need to address is this is a big continent, but as we all know, it's not connected in terms of infrastructure. Harmonization of customs procedures need to be built. So this requires enormous fund, and it has to be economical to build them, and it's going to take us some time. So one is we shouldn't over-expect, but secondly also, the foundational element is investing in productive transformation, investing in industrial capacity is the only way that the continent can emerge stronger and bigger market size.
I think the time is up. We need to wrap up. One final word, Mr. Masmid, shortly.
Make one point. If I were to take one single thing away, it's this issue of speed of change. And the reason I say that is because our whole systems, particularly the decision-making processes in the government, in most of our governments, were designed to slowly and deliberately make decisions. But now we can't afford that. We have to be making decisions much more quickly, and we have to be ready to change our mind if the world changes. So if I have a single plea for, I think most of this will come from the private sector. But if there's one thing governments can do to make things work better, is to look at their processes for regulatory approval, for decision-making, and be willing to change the speed at which we make those decisions.
Thank you. But as Keynes once said, the difficulty is not about developing ideas, but erasing old ones. Thank you. Thank you, Masoud. Thank you, Lana. Thank you again, Carlos. Thank you, Arkebe. It was very enriching. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't take more questions.
Panelists are asked to remain on stage for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our last plenary session for the day. Participants wearing blue linears who have confirmed their participation. The program tackles the shifting architecture of global power, democratic resilience, geo-economic realignment, and the evolving security landscape across the Atlantic, from the geo-economics of water, energy, and trade, to the new arenas of strategic competition defining global affairs. Democracy, global markets, Africa's positioning in the international order, new frontiers of decarbonization. Each discussion underscores the need for resilience and adaptive solutions. Across plenaries, conversations, and collaborative dinners, participants will examine strategies for a more inclusive and cooperative Atlantic community. In a world in transition, the Atlantic Dialogue stands as a platform for bold ideas, bridging regions, generations, and visions, and strengthening Morocco's and Africa's participation in global cooperation within the wider Atlantic. At the core of the conference lies a vibrant and evolving community where the Global South and the Global North engage as equal partners to reshape narratives, redefine priorities, and co-develop solutions for shared Atlantic challenges. Each year, this commitment is embodied in the Atlantic Currents, a flagship report offering original, data-driven insights to guide strategic and inclusive policymaking. And central to this spirit of renewal, the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders Program. This year, 43 rising changemakers join a global network of over 450 program alumni, driving innovation, collaboration, and transformative leadership. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage